Hello, and welcome to another episode of me, Bob McIver, playing Braid Anniversary Edition. Last couple of sessions I've completed the game, and then last session I got all the stars. I think that was 2 weeks ago now. So the only thing left to do is kind of like the commentary. There's a whole section on commentary, so this is going to be quite like low key and relaxed session. Um, it might not even like be able to last the entire 4 hours. See how it goes. Um, Basically, if I finish this game too early, then I'll end stream and start up again in like 10, 20 minutes, whatever. And maybe play Civ. I kind of fancy doing Civ on stream, so we'll see how it goes. Um, um, yeah. Other thing as well with all this Braid game I've been playing, Twitch has been muting certain sections of it. It seems to be quite arbitrary. It doesn't seem to be any particular part is muting. It seems to be always on the 2 hour mark. It mutes. So on the 2 hour mark on this stream, I'm gonna have a forced tea break for 3 minutes. And also these mute sessions are it mutes for 3 minutes and then for some reason. So at the 2 hour mark, I'll basically stop for 3 minutes, make a cup of tea, and come back. So yeah, well, without further ado, let's go see how this game was made. Alright, let me just check my stuff. Yep, hopefully you guys are seeing things. Cool, you got it. So you can enter via this room, but I want to via commentary. Go to hub. Yep, that was the room. Is there anything to the left? Okay, cool. Yeah, this is all the stuff I tested to see when I first played this, how it works. So I'm just it just jumped straight here. Let's do this in order. I've read this stuff already, but for the audience at home, I'll start from the beginning again. Alright, so this is where we begin. Welcome to the commentary world. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Welcome to the commentary world. There's a large amount of developer commentary in this edition of the game. This world helps organize that commentary by topic. You may also find a few surprises. Warning, if you have not played and finished Braid, turn back. This commentary will spoil the game, and lack of game experience will make the commentary unrelatable. Please finish the game before proceeding. Okay, Jonathan Blow, I hear you loud and clear. Completed the game already, so let's continue. Above this book is example commentary activated to see how things go.
This is an example of developer commentary. We want to give you as much freedom as possible so you can noodle around and play the game while commentary is active. You can enable and disable subtitles in the commentary menu or using this switch up here. You can stop commentary at any time by reactivating this commentary node or through the menu. From time to time, we show recordings of gameplay in order to illustrate the conversation. By default, these appear up in the corner of the screen, but if you desire, you can toggle them to full screen to see things better. When you do that, the game is paused. You can shrink the recording again to resume your own gameplay. We just did this automatically, but we'll let this recording go on for a while so you can try maximizing and minimizing for yourself. Often there will be illustrations which are treated the same way. You can maximize them for best visibility or minimize them if you just want to play the game. When a commentary is done and you go on to the next one, the new illustrations appear in whichever mode you left the last commentary, maximized or minimized.
That's quite self-explanatory. Alright, when commentary is playing, I'll be to skip forward 10 seconds and I'll be skip back 10 seconds. It's quite useful. If you leave a level with commentary is played whilst the commentary is playing, it will pause. Activate it again to resume. To start fresh, hold LB. I might turn down the music a little bit and have the audio, the dialogue up higher. Commentary volume. Oh, cool. Yeah. Right. Subtitles are enabled and now disabled, enabled. We'll have it on. Yeah, cool. You will find doors that lead outward to commentary in the main game. Try this one.
We've touched up the graphics and sound for this edition of Braid, but if you want to play with the original graphics and sound, you can switch at any time. These are the old graphics, and these are the new graphics. The commentary world is all new, so there are no old graphics to switch to when you're back there. It only works here in the main game.
Cool. That's where I figured out how to change graphics. The music still sounds very loud. Let's turn it down a bit. Testing. All right, cool. So we got 5 key categories to discuss about. I obviously leaned into the design and the visuals, but I think for this we'll go in order. Is that a secret? I wonder if that's a secret in the middle there. Maybe you unlock a picture as soon as you complete and watch all of these. Anyway, first things first, let's do design. Oh, there's a lot. Chris Moore. I don't know who he is. Let's hear. An introduction, a conversation with Chris Moore.
It's April 2022, and I'm here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, with Dr. Chris Moore of the Santa Fe Institute. Or how would you like people to know you?
Hair doctor, professor, of course. So I think it's hair professor, doctor, actually.
You have hair.
I do have hair. Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
So we've made some experiments and talked for a while about what's the best way to concretely convey useful information and thoughts about the game. And it seems to work very well to play through the game from beginning to end and just comment on what we see and what we think about it. And really the goal of this conversation is to talk about what Chris likes and thinks is interesting, because I can do what I like later, right, anytime.
Yeah, so we're going to play through the game and focus on my favorite puzzles and what their structure is, what they're teaching the player, kind of those moments of aha and revelation that the game produces, and how each one teaches you how to use the mechanic, often in a new way. And then I guess we'll use those individual puzzles as jumping off places for talking about sometimes the game as a whole, and the design philosophy behind the game, and yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Cool. Alright. Making rewind interesting early in the game. All full misdirection. Alright, cool. Let's do the first one. Hunt. Can he kill me whilst I'm trying to listen to commentary? Yeah.
So the first world is okay, here's how to run, here's how to jump. And it's oh, I know how to do this. And then a couple puzzles in, you're okay, we have all these monsters. What we do is, they're cute monsters, but still you kill monsters, right? That's what you do.
That's what I heard, yeah.
And the wonderful thing about this puzzle is the way this becomes one of the themes which recurs later on in the game, like a variation on a theme, where as the mechanics change, we see puzzles that look like this, but have very different solutions. Okay, bonk, 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 we bonk all the guys. Oh, damn it, how do I get over there? If only that guy were still there. From a computer science point of view, a greedy strategy isn't always the right one. You might want to look ahead a little bit and not immediately do the thing which seems naively like making progress. So these trolls, these monsters, they're not just opponents, they're going to turn out to be really vital resources in how we solve the puzzles. And this is the first little hint of that. And it's only 1 out of the 6, but it's already kind of a deep lesson, which I really like, because when you first enter this world, it's like, oh, I know what to do. I can just go bonk, 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 and then I'm done. But not quite.
Yeah, not quite. Now, when I was first coming up with this puzzle, it was in the earliest prototype of the game, I think. And so first I was like, what can I do to make a puzzle out of monsters? And then, of course, what's interesting or difficult about needing to bounce off a monster? It's like, oh, let's sort of misdirect people into, bonking the monster off the screen that they need, right? And so this is sort of one of the first places in the game where we applied misdirection.
When they see this, because of the whole trope, the genre of platformers, they think they immediately know what to do.
Yeah. And so now the thing I didn't think about, or I thought about it way before release, but not immediately upon designing the puzzle, is that this puzzle actually can be pretty hard if you don't sit back and have the right mindset. Because what happens is you come up here, you get rid of all the monsters. Now there's 2 monsters left, and you try to get across the gap, and now you realize you have a problem. And you look at the screen to try and solve the problem. What tools do I have at my disposal to solve this problem?
Right.
And of course, the thing that solves the problem is gone. There is no visual clue that it was there, and you might not even remember that there happened to be one right there. You might vaguely remember, oh, there's some other monsters on the screen. And so this puzzle is harder for some people than I had expected because of that element, right? And that's why it's interesting being a game designer sometimes.
Oh, cool. I think this door here leads me directly. Sorry, give me a sec. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm just hoping you can hear me fine enough. Alright. Yeah, so this door will lead me on to the next commentary. So let's do it.
The first little part here makes you realize, oh, not only do I not always want to kill monsters immediately, sometimes I want to save them. And I want to get them from one place to another because I need them in some other place to do something for me. To let me jump off from there or pick up the key or something. And so that's really interesting. Of course, we got this whole platform dynamic.
So this part on the left-hand side was a later addition, right? Mm-hmm. And it came from wanting the level to have a little more meat to it and not just have this 1 or 2 puzzles, right? I felt very good about adding this part here. I'm pretty sure it was relatively late in the design of World 2. I wanted a way, I was looking for more ways to use monsters to do stuff, right? I liked the idea of having a puzzle piece at the beginning of the level with clearly there's nothing around to get it, right? All of the puzzles previously to this in World 2, you can sort of see what's near it that might be actionable, with the exception of the killed monster on the previous level, right? Here, you walk into the level and clearly there's nothing, right? And so now you start saying, well, what could I use, right? And a lot of the times people don't know and they just play through the level and maybe come back later. But if you're kind of intrepid in your approach to this and you're really looking, you're like, oh, there's a monster there. If you're not thinking about that monster with respect to that puzzle piece, then maybe it looks like more of an obstacle that you have to get by. It's like, I'm just trying to get from left to right on the level. I'm going to ride a platform, right? And oh, I have to dodge a monster, and oh, I got the timing good, so I got over the cannon before the cannon fired.
Right, and you
so
think
now
that was the goal.
Yeah. And it made me forget about the puzzle piece even, right? And so this is a thing that I've learned to do sometimes as a designer, although it also can be bad, which I'll get to in a second. But, this platform and this lever seem like
the next thing for you to do.
They have an obvious use. The obvious use isn't really that interesting, but it's plausible, right? And especially if you're early in the game, you don't have super high...
I'm still learning to run and jump here.
Yeah, it's plausible, but really, this is an important puzzle element because you need to use the platform to get the piece on the left. And if there weren't a plausible excuse for why you would use this, then it's obviously part of the solution to the puzzle, right? But here it's a little bit hidden in plain sight by the fact that, well, look, obviously it's a little bit of an action platformer thing, to time it right and ride across the rest of the level. And that's something that I like to do when I can do it. Now, the downside of that approach is that sometimes in the quest to make excuses for things to be there, you can add a little too much and a level can get a little heavy and contrived. And maybe that even happens sometimes in Braid. It's something that I got more of a sense for in The Witness and New Game. Yeah, I felt good about myself as a designer when I made this puzzle. It's one of my happier memories from the game.
So the last person we just heard talking was Jonathan Blow. He's the creator of the game. Yeah, I think he was one of the only people who worked on it. He was a programmer prior to this game, so he comes from a programming background. I think he then hired musicians and artists to help him develop the game. Alright, let's move on to the next one.
Then in the next part of this, it gets really profound about the timing. At first, rewind is just a way to not die. Right?
Yeah.
It's just, oh good, I don't have a limited number of lives, I get to try this again. But then you realize, oh my gosh, if I can do that, what else can I do? And in this level, there's this jump that it looks like, oh geez, how am I ever going to get this? I have to time this perfectly. And then you realize, well, but with the help of rewind, I can do this fine control of my timing. I can adjust by a fraction of a second without having to just try to do that in my head. I can almost measure it with the help of rewind and make sure that I'm there at exactly the right time. And of course, this plays out a lot later on in the game. You're using time as a resource to control your motions.
Originally, it was pretty hard to hit this kind of timing because there was no visual signal, right? So the cannons in the game, if you look at the cannon that's there now, right, there's a barrel piece and then there's a wooden mount piece with a little image of the monster on it so that if somehow time is stopped, or you could have levels where cannons shoot everything they're going to shoot and the monsters are somewhere else and you could look at it and remember. It probably doesn't help that much, but we thought it was a good idea to put in there. But then there's also the fuse, which is the most important thing here, right? Because the fuse helps you judge the timing. Because you can say something like, I'm going to jump when the fuse is at this point.
Right.
Oh, that was too early, right? So let me wait a little bit more.
So you have that visual cue.
Yeah. Now, the problem is, and it's not that big of a problem, right? But games are often not perfect, right? And here I always have to contend with the fact that I'm doing puzzles, but it's also a platformer. And, if you're going to try to jump again, are you standing in the same place, right? If there's a little bit of acceleration on the run, did you jump super early or later, right? How far toward the ledge did you go? And all of these things also affect the jump.
Although the collision mechanics with the monsters is pretty forgiving, I think. You have a window there.
Yeah, but I mean, just, even when I go back and play this level, it's not totally easy for me. Like, it takes a few tries, right?
It takes a few tries.
Yeah.
But there's a kind of shift of perspective. I mean, of course, lots of gamers are very happy to take many, many tries on a boss level or whatever, or some complicated run. But the rewind sort of changes your perspective a little bit on that. Like, now your multiple tries are, they're not failures. It feels more like this is how you play the game because you can go back in time, you can rewind, time can branch in various ways, and this is kind of the part of the game where we first start to get that.
Cool. See what the next one is.
Let's talk about these two pieces of level one at a time. This first one came later, and then the part with the falling and the timing was the original idea of the whole level. That was in the original prototype, I believe. But the reason the level's called Leap of Faith is that is a classic idea of platformer design that it's bad to do. Like specifically, if you're playing one of these traditional platformers where you die if you do the wrong thing, then you don't want to put the player in a situation where they have to jump down to somewhere where they can't see, and maybe if they jump in the wrong spot, they might die, because that's completely unfair, right? You're asking them to do something that they can't do, and it just feels bad.
Use up a life on it.
Yeah, it's once a game starts feeling unfair like that, you lose a certain kind of faith in it, and Yeah. So that's something that rewind changes, right? Like, not only does dying not matter in the same way, like you have infinite lives, but also you could sort of, if you really wanted to be pushy about it, you could kind of use this recon and like not fall all the way down and just rewind before you hit the bottom or whatever,
Exactly.
right? And so the setup of World 2 is that we're trying to find ways that, without being able to change what would happen, right? How does rewind affect what you can do while you're playing, right? And so, like I said, rewind doesn't affect the laws of physics, but you sort of can get information from the future.
And an impatient player would see that jump you have to execute in the second part of this level and say, "Oh, forget it! I can't play this. You know, there's no way I can play such a demanding game that's demanding so much of my timing. This is no fun." And then you're like, "Oh, actually, I'm much more in control than I thought I was." I think there's a lot of points in the game where you're like, "If only I could do." Oh wait, I can.
Cool, cool. Alright, let's see if there's any more on this level, I suppose. Oh, fuck that. Can get it all in one go? Don't think so. So we've just done these three. Making excuses in design skill and using monsters as tools. Cannons, fuses and timing is hard hit that timing. The leap of faith design trope. Yeah, so these are the two we just did. Getting information from the future. Give me a sec. Alright, let's move on to the next collection. There's quite a few actually. Alright, I suppose we start with this one. What's the simplest thing to design using the bare facts of the bare fact of objects that don't rewind? Alright, let's move into the next one.
I mean, this is so awesome because now we're coupling like time and space. So now we're really starting to use the rewind to control the relative position of these clouds, which, you know, and change them from something we can't jump over to something we can. And that's really interesting, and it's really fun to play with the fact that half the clouds rewind, the other half don't. And of course, this gets deeper farther on in the game.
Of course, that, you know, again, we start out designing one of these worlds, and the question is, what can we do? And I was in the mindset of what's the most minimal thing that I can do given this feature, technical or gameplay feature, that some things don't rewind, right? In the very original prototype of the game, it wasn't quite like this. It wasn't a property of objects. It was just like, there was just the magic key, right? And magic key wouldn't rewind, right?
Right.
And then
Why not other things?
yeah, well, I realized later, like the way we do the magic key is by excluding it from the rewind loop. So like, let's just have that be a property that could or might not be attached to any particular thing, right? So I was thinking, what's the most minimal thing you can do, and came up with this, and I like it, right? As always, when trying to balance, you know, platformer with puzzle, it's a little bit harder than I wish it was in some ways, in the following way. So I said before, sometimes people miss jumps, and they don't realize yet that they can rewind because they're not used to a game that has rewind, right? By the time people get here, probably they have used rewind a bunch, and they remember it more. And the problem here is that you very carefully set this thing up, right? And by now, people might be rewinding, and when they rewind, they mess up. And if they rewind to a point when they were over one of the non-rewindable clouds, they'll fall earlier. It's like, it becomes a little more frustrating even than it should be, right? So of course, the right thing to do is be patient and line them up again. But if you do that too soon, you'll fly back up into the air, right? So you want to stand on the ground for a little bit, right? Hold on, rewind the right amount, get them in phase, and then not miss the jump, right? And of course, You can do things that are messier than that. That's like a very deliberate way to solve it. You can do things that are messier, but they're more frustrating, right? So,
But I also like this element of it because now that there are objects in the world that don't rewind, it means that it might be a little tricky to recover the state you wanted. It means that, rewind is not just an undo. It's going to change some aspects of the world and not change others, and it's going to be a little complicated. And you start to sense that rewind is going to be this very dynamic element in your strategy.
Oh, cool. How did I solve it? I think I pretty much done already did. Why is that covered? Iterate into a more complex cow puzzle. Have I? Just go back one, double check. Yeah.
I like this one because at first you're like, okay, so I know how to do this because I just saw the previous puzzle, but oh wait, that's just too far. And one thing I do this thing that I call wiggle time, where you like repeatedly tap the backspace button a little bit until things are in just the right place. But yeah.
now that's again something easy to mess up because if you rewind too far, now you're in the air again, right? So you have to be a little bit patient and like tap, but it works.
I didn't mind that. Yes.
When I design a puzzle like this, I'm thinking about how it's perceived, because that's part of what I'm trying to make in a game like this is not just the puzzle, right, but the experience of seeing the puzzle and what do you think when you see the puzzle, right? And in this one, it's pretty clearly just like the one you just did, longer distance and sort of bigger gap. Like I just like the thought process of like, oh, it looks like I do the same thing, but I can't really do the same thing. And the way that I think about the difference between these two, which may or may not be the way any player ever does, right? But the difference is this one on the left is solvable statically. Like you can rewind.
There's one move.
Yeah, you rewind until the things are in the right spacing, and then you go, right? And then if you don't mess up when you go, you get the puzzle piece, right? On the right-hand side, that is not the case, right?
And you have to use rewind more dynamically.
Yeah, in the middle of progress across the gap, you must use rewind in some way.
Right. Yeah, so sort of building up the virtuosity of the player and how they use rewind as a tool. There's also, there's a design element here which shows up later on, which is this long shelf above all this, which makes one kind of curious, like, why is that there? Because almost everything in the game is there for a reason, and is this, what's going on?
Seems very extraneous.
And maybe this time around it is, but later it isn't, and that's kind of nice.
Oh, cool. Excellent.
So let's see, is this Ground Beneath Your Feet?
Named after a novel by Salman Rushdie.
Oh,
Haven't heard of that. That's interesting.
I just really enjoyed it when I read it, and sometimes, here's, it's a very amateur thing to do, like when you're making something to put like, oh, my favorite band has a song, and let me put a poster from them in my game or whatever, right? But sometimes I do that. A little bit, it's okay. I do, it happens a few times in this game, and yeah.
I mean,
It's fine.
like, I teach a subject, computer science, that people think is just a totally recent invention, and it has these very deep historical and intellectual roots, and I like pointing those out to people, that it goes deeper than they think. So I think it's really good to connect things to some other cultural works, older cultural works. I think it reminds you that this is part of a larger intellectual whole. I know not everybody's into that.
But it's also, so the reason it feels like an amateur thing to me is because when you don't have that many of your own ideas, it feels like ideas, right? Like, oh, especially for like, because being, I don't know how much I subscribe to some of these social lines that get drawn, but being a member of Generation X and like pop culture references being a thing, it's just one of those, and I don't know. I feel weird about it, but it's fine.
Fair enough. There's not going to be anything more here. The ground beneath that goes way too fast.
The part that I really like about this is on the screen to the right. And this is where we do this amazing thing of briefly standing on a platform that isn't there because it was there before, and oh my gosh, what's going on, and what does rewind really mean? Because there's a lot of places later in the game where you have to think quite hard about what it means to go backwards and what you'll still be able to do there, and to what extent the past and the present will interact and in what ways.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. So, the reason this level is the way it is, in terms of putting these two puzzles together, is because there's like a juxtaposition between them, in a way. Like, I wanted to think of them as duals of each other in some way, and I'm not sure that they are. I think that may be two...
the two halves of this puzzle.
Well, in this one on the left, it's perhaps more obvious in some ways, right? As long as you remember that the monster is there and don't run around the level and forget he was there, right? But then next time if you go off play the rest of the game, you come back, you see him, and you're like, oh, right? It's not that hard to come up with the idea. You keep the monster alive, right? And then you sort of, you push the platform out of where you need it and then into where you need it. But it's not that hard of a puzzle, right?
Yeah, because
you're standing on the physicality of the platform, and so is the monster. How's that?
Yeah, and at first you think, oh, if I move it over there, then how do I get it back? How do I get it back over there? And it's not rewindable, and
yeah. But then I somehow, where do ideas come from? But I had the idea to do something like the opposite, right? Like, how do I make it so that you have to not be standing on the platform, right? So, and then that's why these two are juxtaposed in the same place, because each puzzle is one platform, one lever. And then in one, it's like
right.
You're standing on it, and the other one, you stand on it to set it up, but you remove it, right? And that's what lets you get there.
Yeah, and I think this puzzle is, the second half of this puzzle is one where I was stuck for a little bit, and I was like, wait, this is impossible. Either the platform is there, and I can't get down through it, or it isn't there, and I will fall down. Again, it's one of these nice moments where it's like you think something is impossible, and that paradox, in the grand paradoxes of quantum mechanics, there's this saying of, oh, we have a paradox, finally we can make some progress. And so these moments where like, come on, this is impossible, but okay, I guess it must be possible somehow because I bought this game, and this is not the last level in the game, but then that forces you to learn something new about the mechanics.
I don't know who the other guy is, what he has to do with the game.
The part that
How do I...
The part that I really like about this is on the screen to the right. So it was there before, and this is where we do the on, still be able to...
So,
standing on a platform that isn't there. And this is where we do the on, and what does rewind really mean? Because there's a lot of places later in the game where you have to think quite hard about what it means. The part that I really like, the part that I really like about this.
Cool. Just trying to figure out how to pause it. Just pause the game. Alright, that seems to be all the commentary for this level. They expect me to do puzzles here, are they? Well, I solved it. I suppose start this one. Making this puzzle unbrute forceable, sorry. Tweaking cannibals.
Oh right, yes. This first part is just using rewind in a clever way. It's again save the monster, but now save the monster using rewind because we have to jump on the monster.
Yeah. This is one of these interesting places where you run up into design constraints to the game a little bit because, I didn't have a dynamic camera in the game. The camera doesn't zoom out or in or anything like that, and I wanted to keep it simple, and also that would have been more programming to do, and the game was already a lot of work, right? But in order for this puzzle to be not randomly solvable, has to be kind of long, this period. Because otherwise, you, in the process of running around and rewinding and stuff, if you just happen to rewind correctly, you might accidentally brute force the puzzle. And in fact, with smaller versions of this, I did do that sometimes.
So it needs to be like at least 2 cannonball wavelengths long.
Yeah, something like that. And the thing is, it's almost wider than the screen, the entire distance that
And you need to be over there by the time this happens. So yeah,
it's actually kind of challenging for that reason. And it's a little bit ergonomically unfriendly while you're figuring it out, but then eventually, you know, there's a pretty straightforward solution. Like what I just did there was, oh, I'll save the monster, but wait, he's over there. What did I need it for again? I was just trying to save him, and then by the time I get over there, I'm like, oh, maybe he'll bounce off a wall. No, he jumps off the platform and spikes, right? And so you just hang out here for a while, right? And then you go do the thing. You go left where you can see the monster. And so I turned this thing that was awkward, the length of it, into an asset in the sense that
you realize you can do this as you move.
well, it becomes a little bit tactical of like, I can't see the monster where I need to be. So let me go to where I can see the monster, right? It becomes just a little bit more deliberate.
I think, honestly, when I played this, I think I was willing to try a couple of times until I got the timing of what was happening off camera. And, but yeah, that's probably because I just stood there.
So you cheated at the game is what you're saying.
What? I did not cheat. I learned.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I did it the same way that guy did.
Now let's deal with there's the herd of bunnies. I find the bunnies very frightening, by the way.
Is it the visuals? Are they too cute, or is it sound?
I mean, well, many cute things are intrinsically alarming, but I just, they're relentless. They're relentless. The yowling is terrible. I find them disturbing on many levels. Right, so this is the point where we alter the phase between those two cannons to cause a collision which wasn't happening in the initial state of the world, and that divides the frequency in two. And it's nice because the first thing you do is you just run through all this, and you're like, whew, I survived. And then you get over to these platforms on the right, and again you have the platform think. You think, oh, maybe if I run fast enough and get the timing just right, maybe I can get in between those, and maybe you try a couple of times. And I guess if the frequency were just a little bit slower, maybe there would be a solution that involved totally twitchy, perfect timing. But instead you're like, wait, it's not that kind of game.
Yeah, and if the cannon fires too slowly, right, you don't really need to solve the puzzle. Even if the timing were tweaky, you could just get up this ladder and through this hallway, right? You need that to be clearly not solvable in the default state here, right? And so, of course, the solution is to do this thing that some players have happened by accident, which is fine, right? Because then you still need to figure out what to do with it and or not to spoil it with rewind. Although a small percentage of players just luckily get this and all the bunnies are dead, so they don't really rewind, and then there's no puzzle at the end for those people. But that happens relatively rarely, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the other end of the tuning I just mentioned is this wide interval has to be wide enough that even if you're not good at Twitch platform skills, you can pretty easily get up the ladder and over, right? Because otherwise, well, that would be very frustrating because now I got hit by the thing and I'm dead. I have to rewind and I've messed up the synchronization. I have to go back there and do it. And the good part of the puzzle is seeing this happen, seeing the things hit, right? And you're like, oh. And it could be that people just don't have the idea to try this and it doesn't happen serendipitously here. But there's a few other occasions in the game where it could happen. And so over the course of a playthrough, people probably see it at some point, right?
Cool.
Now, there's another piece of delicate tuning here that you may not be that obvious. It'll be obvious when I mention it, right? Which is, okay, when do cannonballs hit, right? What's the radius of the ball? Because it's got fire particles around it. You could imagine, and we also could just choose to make it bigger or smaller, right?
If it was too big, it would happen by chance. If it was too small, it would be maddeningly difficult.
Yes. In terms of setting up this interaction, it shouldn't be that hard to do, right? You should just think about it and then maybe try a little bit and like, oh, I missed, I'll rewind a little bit more.
Right. Once you get the idea, you want it to be relatively easy to execute.
Yeah. But the easier that is to execute, the more often this happens by accident, right? And also, depending on how purist you're being, and I honestly don't remember the answer to this question, do the cannonballs have the same radius for each other as they do relative to the player, right? Because if you made it easier to intersect here, to make the puzzle easier, you make the rest of the game harder, because jumping over a cannonball is harder, right? And so I suspect cannonball to cannonball radius is different from cannonball to player and cannonball to monster radius.
Well, it's reasonable for different types of particle collisions to different cross sections.
Sure. Yeah. Justify it however you like. I justify it by, man, it's hard to make a good game. We do whatever we can.
Cool, that's those three. I wonder if there are any secrets here. Force to go up this way. Alright, let's try this. Chris hates boss levels, but he likes this level. Flipping the script so rewind is a weakness.
So here's our first layer. And so I have to admit, in standard video games, I hate boss levels. I would much rather mow down large mobs of small to medium-sized baddies. I just never really enjoyed the whole thing of having to carefully memorize, okay, he's charging up his lightning bolt, I have to dodge this way, and then I have to switch weapons because I can hit him in the left mandible, which is vulnerable for 3 seconds, and it's not really what I enjoyed. So the first time I played the game, I got there, it's like, oh, this is a boss level, but this is almost a parody of boss levels, right? First of all, you can rewind, and so you can undie, that's nice, so, if he hits you, whatever. But, of course, there's this other nice thing going on, which gets back to what I said before about the magic immune key is the one that I can't get back. He looks magical and powerful and scary, he's sparkly, he has the green and gold glow, but I'm not stuck in here with him, he is stuck in here with me, precisely because he's immune to rewinding. I can go back and bonk him again and again and again, and he does not get healed. In fact, it's fun to even, if you time it right, drop the chandelier on him multiple times in the same fall and just go up, down, up, down, up, down, and get a couple of hits off him. So, okay, he's designed to be scary, he makes noise, he jumps around, the world shakes at his footfall. But actually, once you know what's going on, you're in total control. His sparkliness turns out to make him less powerful than you are.
Cool. I suppose I'll do these three next. When rewinded means failure. Let's just kill off everyone here before start commentary.
I had to try this many times actually before I got the point. It's like all these things are killing me and trying to kill me, and so I rewind a little bit, so I'm alive again, and I get over there, and darn it, the platform is blocked, and what am I going to do? You realize you have to get up there, evading the yowling rabbits and trolls without once using rewind. And again, I like this because at first rewind seems like this infinite superpower. You can always undie anytime you want. You can always undo anything. It's like, well, no, not quite. Sometimes rewinding has costs. Sometimes it doesn't return the world to the state you intended. And I really like that.
I'm glad you think so. Some people get really mad at it's not like mad, but I have a friend who's also a game designer who was like, I don't like this level because it's the first time rewind can actually cause you to fail the game, whereas before it was a way of not failing the game. Right?
Well, exactly.
And I was like, well, but that's the point. That's what we're doing is we're
That's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, I'm glad you agree with me. Now, do you want to, okay, so when I first conceived this level, it was just like you're describing. Like there's a gauntlet of threats, and you've got to run that gauntlet in a platformer way, and if you mess up, then like you could maybe get a tiny mess up and still make it, but other than that, you probably have to retry. You
Okay.
can also do the following thing. You just hang out by the entrance. There's more monsters over there, but you don't really need to care about that right now. So you just hang out by the entrance, and then once this
That's true.
platform is over the other one,
Right.
then all you have to do is not rewind till they overlap in the wrong way, right?
Right.
So now I
you
can
have
rewind.
now you have some wiggle
So
room.
like, it's a little bit hard because
Because the platform has to be not so far to the left that
yeah,
the
it's
monsters
true.
are falling in. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Alright, cool. Moving on to the next one.
So then there's this underground puzzle. So here we have rewinding keys and non-rewinding keys and rewinding locks and non-rewinding locks. And the first puzzle is, okay, I get it. I have a rewindable key and a non-rewindable lock, and that means I get to use the key twice. That's really cool, right? And then you go down here, and you're like, oh, there's a good old-fashioned rewindable key, and okay, so should I do the same thing? And okay, let's do that again, the greedy strategy, and that seems fine. And okay, well, there must be another key down here, and we go down there. And okay, great, this is easy, no problem, I know exactly what to do. And then you go back over here, and you're like, great, I need to rewind to do that again, and wait, oh, darn! That key isn't rewindable, I didn't get it back. It's not infinitely hard, this puzzle, but again, you have to turn things around a little bit in your mind. Remember how I said before, oh, like, the sparkly greenish gold key, that's the super wonderful key, because you can get it out of hits. But actually here we realized, oh, that's not always the more useful, more powerful key, because you can't get it back. So the things that are immune are also the things that you can't get back. And that was really interesting to me, and we'll say more about that on the next level.
Yeah. One more thing to say about this one. When I first designed it, right, the idea to do, well, it's much like the level phase or a few other levels where we have a simpler version of a problem that's not supposed to be that hard.
Right.
It's supposed to be cool and introduce you to the idea and just show this new phenomenon, right?
Right.
So we have the easier version and then the harder version. It's got one extra gate, one extra key. Maybe you don't even notice the extra key at first, right? It's way off. And I arrived at this, I think, a little bit by trial and error. I was like, what can I do that's like harder and stuff? And then after I made it, I realized the harder puzzle is reducible to a simpler puzzle after one move. But note all
But
of
the
those
right
moves
first
have a
move.
pre-med, yes.
Yeah.
And the right first move, okay, there's misdirection here in the sense that we give you the wrong key first, and obviously, and in fact, when I give you the wrong key, you haven't even seen the other key. But usually people are just going to start making progress on the puzzle, so they open the first gate that they can use with the key that they can see, and then they start looking around, like what's down the ladder. Oh, there's another key, great, right? And so it's set up to encourage people to do it wrong. And I mean, maybe through some freak chance, some very small number of people do this right the first time, but I doubt it. It's one of these things in the game where we really encourage you to get here and get stuck, right? And then look at the thing and say, wait, there's more gates than keys.
I was stuck here for a long time. I was like making up theorems and proofs. Like I can prove that this puzzle is impossible because this key can only get through that gate, and then, but if I try to get the key back, I close that gate again, blah blah blah, and in the end, the solution is not. It's not like a ton of moves or something, but it is a deliberately non-intuitive order. Of course, in principle, you could make very, if you have a rewindable key, you could go through as many sparkly gates as you wanted, and you could probably make diabolical combinatorial puzzles with like sets of keys and sequences of gates and God only knows what, and it's probably AMP complete and so on. But this was a very nice taste of you sometimes have to follow a different branch than the one that made most sense first.
Yeah. And I do think, like, this is very clearly something that this game doesn't do, what you just mentioned about making ever more complex, piled up puzzles.
Right, they don't get bigger. Which
Yeah.
is, I think that's good, because some puzzle games, they just get bigger.
Well, I think, what the game is after is to communicate the ideas, right? And after this second one, that was all the cool idea that I had at the time as the designer of this. And after that's done being communicated, like giving you more puzzles is not necessarily, like that's filler, right? But it's not really good, right? And so while making this game, I started to learn this aesthetic that it's not exactly a minimalist aesthetic. I think that's the wrong word, but it's right sizing things, right? It's like what's interesting, focus on that.
And then avoid the bunnies.
Cool. Yeah, the first time I was on here, I had a real hard time with it. This time around, though, basically solved it straight away. As long as you have one key that's normal, as long as you have one item that's normal and one item that's green, then you can pass through it. You can't have two. You can't have the key and the door being normal, because then when you rewind, both of them come back. And you can't have both key and door to be green, because they both won't come back. You have one green and one normal. Alright. For now. Just want to read the commentary.
This is a canon that has absolutely no purpose, really.
Yeah, and I know.
It's one of those things, we didn't remove it from the revised version of the game because it's there, and we don't want to wrap the game and make it something that it wasn't, but it really was here to just add a little bit more tension to the level.
A frisson of danger.
And both that and the bunny there and the guy at the bottom here that like even I still always die to this day, they could all go and it would be fine,
But it's okay. I mean, there are games where every single object, every single feature of the architecture is a puzzle element. And, I think at this point the player understands that that's true of almost everything, but I think it's okay, it's not true of everything. So again, it's some decoration. Decoration doesn't kill you.
Yeah. Decoration's the Achilles' best kind, man.
Cool. Are we done? Yep. Alright, how you guys feel? What's it? This level could have been simpler, pure. Alright, let's go on to the next one. That's quite tight. Alright. The first moment of self-unrewindable, all the dodging stuff. Time-lapse photography by gameplay. And Clyde and Campbell's to provide a hint. Alright.
By the way, here's one of the places where I mentioned that it's possible to see cannonballs hit each other. Here, there are tunes that they hit each other like every 7 or 8.
Right, because the frequency is a little bit different.
It's
like a beat frequency.
Yeah.
Right, when we have these two frequencies that are slightly different.
But so you're basically guaranteed to see that in the course of solving this level. And whether you pay attention to it, who knows? Because there's a lot of stuff happening.
But so you're saying some people might see that and even without having solved the previous puzzle.
Yeah, it's a way, it's like if you haven't ever thought of the idea that two of these things colliding might destroy them or interfere with them, because maybe they just pass through each other, who knows? It's a video game, right? And so this is a demonstration of what happens, and maybe that helps things click. And even if it doesn't help it consciously click, like even if you don't go, oh, let me go use that in the other place, it maybe percolates a little bit over time. Yeah.
So if people gave up on that prior puzzle and walked right through, then this would suggest something that they could go back. But
Yeah, because they might, if you don't have the idea of stopping bullets, it just looks unsolvable. Again,
Right.
you're like, the only thing you might think is maybe there's a bunch of rabbits here, and maybe I'm supposed to bounce off a bunch of them and get up, but you can't actually do that, right? I hope not.
Alright, next one.
this was one of those, so sometimes I design top down, and then like I have the idea, and how do I make the idea happen, right? And sometimes I design bottom up, which is like, let me just explore the world of the level and see what happens and see what's interesting about that, and then figure out how to compose those things into bigger experiences. And this was very definitely a top-down idea, not a bottom-up one. It was like, what are the high concept things I could do with rewind? Maybe you have to rewind a really long time, and maybe really fast. I don't know if the fast thing came initially. I think I added the rewind speed multiplier specifically for this puzzle because I was like, it'll be cool to see things, because you've seen like time-lapse films or whatever, where things, you just expose it.
And you hear the music play fast and backwards, which sounds really fun.
Yeah, and so this was a moment that I wanted to create in the game. And how do I make an actual puzzle out of it, right? And so you have to sort of make a little bit of an out-of-the-box connection. Like, oh yeah, I can still barely see this puzzle piece on the left-hand side, which is deliberate, right? It's like, it's not right above you. Once you come off this platform, now we have a little bit of a gauntlet you have to run again.
I think
Okay, so this one is a little bit different in a couple ways. One is if you mess up, you can rewind and you don't take penalty, because that door is also rewind, right? So it's really just about getting there. It's not quite like irreversible, which was irreversible, right? We don't want to do the same thing twice.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to give you something to do, and I kind of, in a video game way that doesn't have that much to do with or anything, I just like that you kind of have to dodge the same bullets twice because they come up through the spikes and they go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just died a zillion times on my way back out, and I didn't care.
Yeah, that works too. That's, we don't keep a death count in this game, but if we did, for a lot of people, it would be very high.
Here we learn this cool new dynamic of the thing that can imbue you with immunity, because if monsters and clouds and platforms can be immune, why not us?
One extra thing that I do here, in part it just is to make the level simpler and neater, but in part it's to see the idea of rewinding, right? Because there are deliberately 2 times here when you can't get back. So one is you drop down to the left, throw a switch, you throw a switch, and then you're like, oh, I tried to jump back up, but you have to rewind to get it back, right?
And luckily it's a sparkly switch.
Sparkly switch, sparkly other platforms so they don't go backwards. And you see the monsters go backwards, which is like a taste of what the level is setting up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then again, later, you're like, what does that platform do? You know you ride platforms in the game, but this one, it's got this little white sparkles or foam or something. You haven't seen that, right? So you have no idea what it does. But then maybe at this point people start to figure it out, right?
Right. I think I didn't recognize that this was a new type of thing with a new type of sparkle until I stood on it and had that nice effect of the particles gliding onto me, and now me also flashing gold and green.
Cool. That's these 3 done. Oof, what do we have here? First impressions of space equaling time. It has that voice again. And yeah, the door doesn't close. Sorry, the book doesn't. Is that applicable to everyone? Yeah, maybe. Alright, we'll leave that.
The pit. Oh yeah, so here's another thing where it gets to go in the cubby, but then we're like, oh my gosh, space equals time now, and I need to get to where he is, and if I just jump down, I'm in the wrong place, and anyway, alright, so, and we also have this strong sound cue with the sound grinding back and forth, which drove my wife crazy, and I had to put on my headphones.
Probably the best moment in this level is when you first enter the level and you get to experience the way, because it's very different from the rest of the game you played so far.
But there's also something that one may or may not notice on this level, which is if you bonk a monster while moving left, gee, he doesn't die. But that's because you're moving left and driving time backwards. He only dies if you bonk him and then move to the right. And that's kind of interesting. We were talking before about the platform, that it's like it's there in the present or in the past, but I can still interact with it now and what's going on. Here there's a similar thing like, gee, is moving to the left the same as rewind? And it isn't, because you can still rewind your own world line, which might include both left and right motions. So that's a little interesting, and now there's kind of two notions of what it means to go backwards in time.
And that was interesting to try and design a program, because I had that same question, like, wait, yeah, they are different, and that's interesting. Should I make them the same though? And I didn't quite see how to do it and have it be good, because like either when you push left, it's the same as the rewind button, right?
But then how do you rewind?
Yeah, and what's the point of that, right? Or it's a different thing, right? Yeah.
Right.
And so yeah, so now there's sort of this idea that like rewinding the whole time has been rewinding your personal time in a way, except you never had a difference between that and everything else before this.
Right. So now you can rewind your personal time and through your motion control which way time flows in the rest of the world.
Yes, it's a very egotistical world, but everything responds to you.
Cool. Next up. That one was done. Time constrained execution, and when does it go down? The question is where.
Movement by degrees. So, the first part is kind of tricky, but it's sort of clear what to do. Now we're really having to deal with a mixture of rewindable and non-rewindable things, except now the non-rewindable things mean things that trundle forward in time, whether we move left or right or not. And so we have to deal with that, and it's fun. By the way, I like the art in this world too. It's sort of, you see all these childhood things in the background. And of course, it's very nice that the snow falls out whenever we're moving to the left.
Took some doing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Why not just run the code backwards? I don't understand.
Anywho.
So then the hard part, of course, here is dealing with the three cacti later on. For me, it took several tries because I was like, oh wait, okay, I see what I have to do. There's a couple places in the game where I felt like that haven't happened yet.
Also.
And so I did that, and then I realized I needed to do the
Let's
fast
rewind it.
There's a couple places in the game where I felt like, okay, I need to build up a time bank, right? I need to sit somewhere for a while until I have enough to rewind, because you can't rewind into things that haven't happened yet. And so I did that, and then I realized I needed to do the fast rewind to move to the left quickly enough, or at least that's what I thought. And it took me a couple of tries, and then of course after doing that, I worked a lot harder to get two monsters off the platform so I could get up a little bit higher to the ultra super secret places, and that was fun. Yeah, of course, it's also, as you say, when you're to the right down there, the third cactus is like just sitting there up. And I remember feeling like, well, when does it go down? The question is where?
Yeah.
Because we're in this world.
And that's just kind of like, by this point in the game, you've done that enough that that's not new, but it's still a little bit, it's a slightly different permutation of that than you've had to do, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this one, the general pattern here is,
But it's tricky because the monster's off the camera to the right, and so I felt like I had to learn about the timing because there were things about this puzzle that I didn't find the optimal solution.
yeah. One thing I do a lot in game design is, at first you see a puzzle, you're like, what should I do? You start getting an idea what to do. And if it's the right idea, we make it pretty easy to establish the pattern that it could work or seem like the right idea. And here, with these two guys, right, I'm standing way down here, and it's not that hard once I figure out where they're down.
But then what do you do about the third one?
Right,
And there's no way to get over there fast enough.
well, and it's just a simple puzzle trick, first of all, that like, wait, he's up the whole time over here, right? And so the smart way to do it, or the efficient way to do it, is stand up here for a big fat target to hit while rewinding, and then you go to the other stuff, and then you rewind fast to hit that, and then you just go up. But you actually have plenty of time, right, to hit the monster.
Cool. Next one. Yeah, alright, there. I'll do the ones that are most accessible. Jumpman.
This is Jumpman, and of course, homage. And we get over here, and of course, we're doing the thing that we were trained to do when we played Donkey Kong before most of our listeners were born. And then you get here, and you're like, wait, hold on, he's at the top of the ladder, what am I going to do? So the first few things I tried here was, well, I could rewind, but oh, no, it's still the same situation. I'm just undoing and redoing the same situation. And, again, it's this kind of nice joke or misdirection that, well, that's not how you're going to get up onto that platform, even though you played Donkey Kong as a child. And look, you can ride that guy up.
I mean, Nate, how long did it take you to think of that?
Not sure. I mean, not too long. I mean, again, it's sort of like most things are there for a reason. He's there. We can make him go backwards. Backwards is up. We can jump on top of him. There's that platform there. But still, it was very satisfying.
There's a certain kind of puzzle mindset, which is, I have faith that everything in this puzzle is not random. That guy's over there, what's he for, right? Because the game could disappoint you by adding lots of random guys, and then you stop thinking that, right?
But there's also some faith that I think the designer of this game enjoys things that are deliberately not quite what I expected at first.
Yes, and so, what you mentioned about the climbing up the ladders, that was very deliberate, and it's a little bit of a joke. Again, not a super funny joke, but it's like mildly like, I see what we did there, right? But also, it is a little bit of misdirection, because until you get about here, once you get about 2 person widths from this ladder, you see the problem, right? Prior to that, you don't necessarily. But in addition to being that kind of like, let's lead you down a path and then prevent you from that, it is also establishing a pattern to make the way that you get out more interesting, right? So like, you could erase all this Donkey Kong stuff and just have the level be, there's this guy on the left, and you have to like climb up a ladder, and most of this geometry would be gone. And if this were like a minimalist puzzle game, that would be the level, maybe, right? And then it would be just kind of a tweaky, weird action thing. Right. But in the context of this other, and I'm going to use the word like fiction here, or story of what you're trying to do, which I don't usually like using the language, but there is this, you have this personal narrative of like, I'm trying to go up the Donkey Kongs, right? And it's working great. I'm just doing some light platforming and dodging the guys, and then you get here, and then you have a problem, and then the guy on the side is like, it amplifies how interesting the thing is that you're doing, right? As opposed to just, I used the guy to get up on a ledge, I didn't want to get up. That's kind of boring.
Well, and of course, this is a very humorous level, so we're getting a sense of the author's sense of humor here. It's a cuter version of misdirection than what we're talking about with the 2 keys and the 3 gates. But there's another nice thing which is going on here, because just a moment ago, in the previous level, we were like, oh wow, now you have all this control, you can reverse your own world line, your own personal time, and you can control the direction of the world. My gosh, what can't you do, right? You can control everything, but you realize here that this mechanic where space equals time also creates new constraints. It's not just more control than before. And one of those constraints is, if he's at the top of the ladder and you're at the bottom of the ladder, and there's kind of axiomatically, you have to look for a different path. And recognizing that is, of course, very important in the very next puzzle.
Cool. Moving on to the next puzzle.
Oh, and there's this really cute thing of, oh gee, there are 2 ways I could get to that puzzle piece. I could approach it from the left or from the right. And then you try to approach from the right, and you're like, what happened? My key, it just broke. Why isn't the door open? And then you realize, oh, it's not open because I just attempted to open this gate while moving backwards in time, and the mechanics of gates doesn't like that, and so then you have to go back and do some of you have to get back up there again, and
Well, you have to leave the level because the key's destroyed. You can't rewind it.
yes, which is slightly, I admit that's slightly frustrating that you have to go back to the clouds and do stuff over again, but you know it's a lesson learned.
Well, so it is a little bit neat. This is like a neat moment in the game. Because in the same way that earlier in the game, like with the gate example you mentioned, it's set up so that you probably we're really encouraging you to get it wrong. Here we're also really encouraging you to get it wrong, right? And
Right, it's true that one also, if you use the wrong key, you're kind of screwed and you have to restart the level. I did find that a little frustrating, I admit.
well, yeah, but it's intentionally
Sometimes you have to bring the pain.
yeah, it's intentionally a little bit like here it's so much apparently more straightforward. The key is right there, the gate is right there.
Exactly.
Now, you should have been wary from the fact that there's two gates to the same thing so simply. And honestly, you should have known that walking left doesn't do certain things by now, right? Because that's what you've been doing for like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes at this point. But most people do it anyway. They sleepwalk into it. And that, the way that I thought about it was, it's a little bit like a smack to wake you up if you're sleepwalking through the game. And like, what you do matters actually. You know? It's a mild negative experience in the middle of a bigger game that's hopefully a positive experience.
It's also the fact that the key is sparkly and you need to rewind means two things. One, as we'll encounter a couple levels later, is it means you can carry it to the left. And the other is that you can't get it back after you broke it.
Yeah, and there's no way to get, in the rules of the game, like what you would like is to be able to carry it to the left and then get it back after you mess up. And that's simply not possible according to the rules of this universe. So it's not my fault that it's mean, you see. It's like, that's just, the universe is a little bit mean. I just put the game there. That's all.
Cool. Is that the one we just did? Yeah. Alright, moving on. Alright, we'll do this one next. One of Chris's favourite levels.
Hunt in this world. This is one of my favorite puzzles in the game. Because again, you think you know what to do, you've seen this a couple times, you know, whatever, and you bonk them, but then you start noticing that, well, of course, they get unbonked when you're heading to the left, or they don't get bonked at all, and so you're like, oh, okay, I have to bonk them when I go to the right, but wait, I have to get back down there and bonk that other guy moving to the right, but now I have to get back over there and I just unbonk that guy, and how am I ever going to do this? You know, I think this is one of the strongest combinatorial puzzles in the game, in the sense that you really have to see, I can bonk them all, but I need to do that in order in their x-coordinate from left to right. Once you work that out, and you have to go to the left, but not too far left, because you don't want to unbonk that guy that you just bonked. And then there's a nice little lagniappe, I think, where there's a nice little joke at the end, where you think that this scheme is going to fail miserably, because you think, oh well, okay, I planned this out so beautifully, but wait, that last guy is to the right of the ladder. But then, lo and behold, the gate itself is sparkly, and it's open now, and it's okay that he's alive at the end, and as a little extra thing, I was feeling neighborly toward the trolls at this point, so I resurrected all of them before leaving the level.
Okay.
I just felt that was
Let's
the
do
polite,
that.
that was the polite thing to do, you know?
Yeah, they're your buddies, right?
Yeah,
Help you get where you are today. You should
Exactly.
acknowledge them.
And it's true, they look a little grumpy, but who doesn't, you know, and so I just wanted to leave this level with them all.
Alright, now we've got some puzzle. Yeah, alright, I suppose I'll do that. Alright, they don't allow me to use that switch again. So I have to go around. Whilst I do this, Chris likes how this level is systematic, and the reappear of the gotcha gate.
Movement amplified. Is that another novel title?
No, I mean,
It makes sense and stuff.
it was where this came from was these two levels. I was originally thinking of them as being kind of parallel to each other, and they ended up maybe not so much.
Well, when you get on the cloud train here, including this first pair of cloud trains, again, so for me at least, for the style of games that I like, this was another one of these wonderful moments where it's like, oh, so is this a new object? Like, is this a super fast conveyor belt? Because you find those sometimes in games, right?
Oh yeah.
But no, it's the same engine following the same rules. It's just that there's a little bit of a recursion here where, well, you're standing on some moving clouds. As time changes, the clouds move, but that makes time change more. And it's also kind of confusing at first, right? That it speeds it up going in either direction. But think about it, it makes sense. If you're running the clouds backwards, they move farther to the left, which means faster backwards. And if you move to the right, they're moving faster to the right, which makes time go faster. And I hope I said that right.
There's also a technical note about this and how it's programmed and why that's the right now. Yeah.
Right. When you realize that this is following from the same physics and the same engine, again, using the word physics somewhat broadly, for me there's a real pleasure in that because, you know, if every new puzzle has a new widget with new behavior, well, maybe that's not the right way to make more variety. You know, maybe it's nice to have the variety emerge from the rules. So I really enjoyed both these cloud trains and the next one. And of course, this was a little bit tricky, and I thought at first I had to do something else. It's a nice fact that the key rolls back toward you if you screw up.
Yeah. So here I brought back the left, right, D, right?
Right, but is there any way
Yeah.
to, yeah, we can't ever use
It's
the
just
left
it's more like a callback to the earlier game, right? In case you've forgotten about it, about your poor performance in that episode, bring it back.
And so then we have another one of these things again, amplified by time. We have this nice moment. We have to jump on it even though it's off camera, but it's okay. We know it's going to be there in time to catch us, and there it is. And oh, we can just barely make it onto the next platform.
I mean, really, that's the kind of leap of faith in the game.
Right.
Honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Yeah. So what's this Infinity series? Let's see.
Programming World 4 so that these clouds would work was pretty interesting. Every frame, a video game must know how long it should simulate the motion of its objects in order to make the rendered scene look smooth. For most games, the simulated time matches the real time measured by the clock on your wall. If the game is displaying at 60 frames per second, then each frame should represent 1/60th of a second of simulation time. Braid plays around with time very heavily though, especially on this world. Through World 4, we use the player's speed at the start of the frame to determine how much time should be simulated. But as explained in another note on this level, when you're riding on a moving object, this relationship gets very complicated. It appears to have an infinite regress, where your motion causes the platform you're riding on to move, which causes you to move even more, which makes time go forward more, which makes the platform move further, and so on forever. An unsophisticated implementation might run many simulation steps instead of one, simulating ever smaller amounts of time, until we decide that the residual amount is so small that we can ignore it. The problem is that running a simulation may require the computer to do a lot of computational work, which takes time. Running many simulation steps takes a lot more time than one step, and in this game, the amount of work to do in each step does not really decrease as we make the simulation time shorter. So, we would be in danger of taking too long to compute all the simulation steps, resulting in a low frame rate for the game, which would feel pretty bad. Fortunately, we don't have to do a bunch of simulation steps if we know a little bit of math. The result of walking on a moving platform can be represented as the summation of the geometric series, and provided the speeds of the objects you're riding on are reasonable, the series converges. It's representable in closed form very simply. We just need to do an extra add, a multiply, and a divide, much cheaper than running many simulation steps. We'll cover the exact math for this in the next part.
Going in proper programming stuff there. Yeah.
In this world, time moves as you move. You move to the right, time goes forward. You move to the left, time goes backward. Usually you're running on solid ground, but what happens if you're riding on a platform that is itself moving? If you're walking to the right, time for the world goes forward because of your motion. So the platform, being part of the world, moves right. Since the platform is carrying you, it takes you even further to the right than you would have gone if you were just walking. So time should go forward even faster because your speed through the world is faster than walking speed. If you're walking to the left, time goes backward in the whole world, and the platform, being part of the world, goes left now because right is forward for the platform, left is backward. This carries you further to the left, which makes time go backward even faster than on solid ground. So interestingly, time goes faster in both directions. Riding on a moving object acts as an amplifier of the amount of time it passes, both forward and backward, as long as the object is moving to the right when time is forward. If the object is moving to the left when time is forward, it works against your walking speed, so it reduces the amount of time that passes, so you go more slowly, again, both forward and backward. Since before you get to this world, the game involves riding on lots of moving objects, the game would be incomplete if it didn't explore the interaction of platforms with the world for time behavior, and the player would miss out on some weird moments. In this level, I wanted the player to interact with a surface moving forward and a surface moving backward. I wanted them close to each other so you could see both moving at once. Usually in this game, the platforms you ride on are short, but the speed up or slow down effect would only happen momentarily on a short surface because you would walk off the surface pretty quickly, and then it would be disorienting due to the rapidly changing speeds, and it would be hard for the player to understand what's happening, and harder for us to make puzzles with. So I needed a way to make long platforms. Here I did that with cannons shooting clouds at a very fast rate, though on the right side of the level we have a comically large cloud that floats by for no apparent reason. There are also some technical issues involved in making this all happen, doing the programming, working out the math, that are pretty interesting.
Oh, I suppose go on to the next one. Did we do this one already? We'll go around in circles.
Programming World 4 so that these clouds would work was pretty interesting. Every frame, a video game must know how long it should simulate the motion of its objects in
Did we
order
do
to
this
make the
one?
rendered scene look smooth. For most games, the simulated time matches the real time measured by the clock on your wall. If the game is displaying 60 frames per second, then each frame should represent 1/60th of a second of simulation time.
Yeah, done that one. Anything else in this one? Yeah, I think we're done. Alright, cool. Systemic? Sorry, is that systemic? Yeah, alright. Cool. Grid key. Oh.
And this is the other one that was really frustrating at first, and at first just felt like some cruel new tweak of the engine, and then one realizes that the punishment is just and fair, and that it's the same engine that's always been there, you just have not encountered before a good old-fashioned rewindable key, which you are trying to carry to the left. And you can't, because when you move to the left, it's going back in its timeline. And in fact, it took me a little while to realize that even when I'm walking on the platform, it's like, gee, why is it kind of bobbing along with me? Oh, I'm not carrying it. It just happens to be moving backwards in time, in sync with my moving to the left. The title of this one, Fickle Companion, kind of, it's like, how do I get this thing to stay with me? It's always jumping away from me. It just takes a while to realize. In fact, I may even have solved this the first time without quite realizing the logic of it, just kind of trial and error. But then on my second and third playthroughs, I'm like, oh, this is behaving exactly as it is supposed to behave. And, then we have to play the platform, keep the monster alive. Yeah, and that took me a couple of tries. It's like, he would get the key, but then I was behind him, and then I was following him, and then I didn't catch, get the key in time. There's a nice little chime when you kind of reacquire the key and restart its writing. And then there's this ending part also is very nice, where you have to get the key from him, you can move left through there, then you have to get the key from him again to get through that second gate. And then I sat there for a while saying, but how do I get back out? And then I realized, oh, I can just rewind out because it's a sparkly puzzle piece.
You could come up with ways to make a longer puzzle, but I felt like at that point the job was done.
Yeah, and here you can just sort of pull the ripcord and rewind out. And then I love the fact that the space equals time mechanic is still applying to stuffed dinosaur speech. And, that was really fun.
Cool. Moving on. Right, the switches need to be done again. Yeah. Right, they've been resetted. Alright, well, that wasn't a difficult puzzle round, so half expecting it to be difficult. The mechanical difficulty of this puzzle, rampant difficulty in long versus short sequences. Ideas for design alterations to make this puzzle smoother, and resurrecting the monster, tweaking unintended solution.
So now, right away, we're faced with exactly the same situation. He's at the top of the ladder whenever we want to get up there. What are we going to do? Oh, it's got to be something involving those gates. But even once we move the gates, it's still a little confusing because now we can't get around him.
I would say this is one of the harder puzzles in the game. It's also one of the earlier ones that I designed. It got modified a few times. I would say it's a little bit still rough to play. It's hard to play. Because it's hard to think of a solution, and then it's a little hard to execute.
It is a little hard to execute it because you have to jump off the guy's head and then move to the right in the right way.
Well, yeah, you have to go left to get past the switch, right? That's what you do to reset it, and then you have to go right. And it's hard to do both of those things.
And it took me a while, even though there's an audible cue, it took me a while to realize that the switch was being reset as I was moving through the air above it, because my x-coordinate moved to its left.
Yeah, although you could rethink that out if you're thinking clearly about the puzzle. But it's hard to execute the left jump and then come back
turn around,
and turn. It's very hard.
I think also for me, there was a psychological thing that held me back on this level. Somehow I understood that moving left or right ran time forward and backwards, but I always thought of that as standing on a platform and walking or running to left or right. And even though it's the same mechanic, I think I had a little bit of trouble conceiving that same mechanic was running even when I was in midair.
Yeah.
Which, of course, then you learn it, and that's cool.
But maybe this is too steep of a learning curve. Depending on your target audience. If you're trying to make a puzzle game for the biggest audience possible, that's probably true, right, for that aesthetic. And so you would probably have like a starter puzzle where you have to flip the switch back by running on a platform like And then this would be a smaller region. It would be like, wait, I can't. If I run on the platform, I'm below it, and that's not where I want to be. Right? And so you can imagine a bigger level of transistors. Now, one of the constraints I painted myself into on Braid, which is good in some ways because it kept the game focused, is that there's 12 puzzle pieces per world, right? And so if I started getting lots of ideas for things to do, I kind of had to pick and choose, and so I wasn't really in the mode of extending things, like ramping things in like that.
Right.
Although in the witness I do that.
Alright, hold on a sec. Just wait for Lucy to come in. Actually, I'll have a break for a minute or two. Yeah, let's say 5 minutes and then I'll be back. Alright, see you guys in a sec. Hey, I'm back. Let's hear some more commentary.
And so maybe really in the puzzle, and
I'm gonna widen it about 10,
you have
20
a
seconds.
starter puzzle where you have to flip the switch back by running on the platform. And then this could be a smaller region. It would be like, wait, I can't. If I run on the platform, I'm below it, and that's not where I want to be. Right? So you can imagine a bigger level of transistors. Now, one of the constraints I painted myself into on Braid, which is good in some ways because it kept the game focused, is that there's 12 puzzle pieces per world, right? And so if I started getting lots of ideas for things to do, I kind of had to pick and choose, and so I wasn't really in the mode of extending things, like ramping things in like that.
Right.
Although in the witness I do that a lot. Right? And so maybe that's an aesthetic that I learned more how to do in the witness and didn't have as much in mind. Although I did a lot, actually, like phase and the lock phase and stuff in the reversal.
But you don't do really long sequences here.
Yeah.
And I think it's nice in the end that there's I mean, the total number of puzzles is not that large, but each one has a nice element to it.
Yeah, but if I were redesigning the game, which we're deliberately not doing, but if I were, I'd be pretty tempted to change it like we were just saying, to have more of a lead-in. Because again, what's interesting, difficulty isn't that interesting. Like, if things are too easy, they're boring, right? But if they're too hard, it's like, eh. So something should be not more difficult than the point behind it is interesting, right? You need to see enough interest to validate the effort and the pain, or whatever. And hopefully that's true for most of this game for most people. But sometimes it's not.
It needs to feel worth it, and of course people have different thresholds on that.
If I were redesigning the game, which we're deliberately not doing, but if I were, I'd be pretty tempted to change it like we were just saying, have more of a lead-in. Like, if you imagine the level was a little bit longer, extending it to the left, you could use him like you use in a hunt level to like bounce down and back up onto like a little knob on the left. If you put it, like if you can directly jump to it, it's stupid, right?
Right.
But
That's true. Just a place to rest and plan your next move.
it's not stupid if you can directly jump to it. Like maybe that's fine. But then people would do it when they would like automatically solve the puzzle.
Well, but I think if it was far enough so that you had to bump him in order to get there, then you're still doing the double jump. It's just you're doing it in two pieces and you can rest and think in between.
Yeah, but that does eliminate, so one of the reasons this is in the level is to zoom in on that aspect that you've already encountered, as you mentioned with monsters, that, they don't die when you bounce off to the left, and they do when you bounce off to the right. Well, why don't we make you do that in very short sequence on the same monster, right? And it's like, but it's a tweak you can do, and so I kind of wonder if there's better ways to pull it off.
It's a callback to one of the very earliest puzzles, where in order to reach a key, you have to do a double bunk. But that required two trolls, and now you can do a double bunk on one troll if the first bunk is only left. And that's pretty cool.
I can imagine a revised puzzle. I wouldn't try to fit it into this one, but if I wanted to take that idea that we were just talking about, it would be like there's somewhere you have to get into the air on the left, and then also somewhere in the air on the right. Like maybe you can
Like, how am I going to do that with only one monster?
yeah. It could be like a sparkling key on the left, and then maybe on the right, and use one. That would be a simpler way to try to get. So maybe I would factor that puzzle out.
Like, if the key is to the left, it doesn't need to be Spartan. Because you're going to carry it to the right.
Yeah, but if there's a little bit of slop or something, no, it's probably fine.
Like I said, I'm not a strong platformer. It was okay with me that there were some puzzles that took some execution, and we're getting to use here the fact that bonking him while moving to the left doesn't kill him, which means we can do it again, which is something that we have to do, I think, in a couple more places.
Alright, moving on to the next one. Make me work for it again.
So we have to do this left and right jumping a bit here as well, right? Because we need him to survive.
Well, you can sort of go up here, I guess, but like you can do it this way and avoid the jump.
Oh,
Which is weird because
didn't figure that out.
well, you could also do doing a left jump is tricky because you have to go far enough left to get him alive again.
Right.
And then air control to the right.
Exactly. So the way I solved this was I jumped on him, I bonked him going to the right, I resurrected him by going to the left midair, and then I had to go to the right in order to get on the platform, and it was pretty delicate. So, but right, I mean that ladder is right there, that enter or whatever it is,
Yeah.
is right there. So maybe this is a good example of a place in the game where there is a twitchy solution and a more relaxed and insightful solution.
Again, it was a long time ago, but I think I was trying to tune this to make that solution possible, and it's still
I got it after 17 or 18 strokes.
Yeah.
It wasn't that many.
But so you'll note that I made it less obvious because the platform is really high up, so that you can't see the monster necessarily, right? Until you get until you jump way down there, right? And that makes it you have to be a little deliberate.
Right.
And that was one of the things. So again, when I made the level, I was sort of thinking, how many times can you have the player move through that empty space in different ways to do what they want to do? And it's sort of like 3, right? Because for 5, I don't know, depending on what you count. So you got to stomp on the monster. You got to get him alive again. Then you probably got to knock the key down there, and then you got to go down and back up and get right. So it's kind of cool to do these figure eights.
That kind of makes me think of Edward Gorey's.
Which one?
The urn or vase or whatever it is at the top of that platform.
It's sort of one of the column tops.
Right. Okay.
I guess it could be a vase. This is, back in the day, we had to ration our efforts, and so we used graphical assets where it made sense. And so what this really was is, it's like a nub that marks the end of the platform. It's a little bit suspicious, because obviously there can be a flat platform here,
Right.
but it's like, go to the right, and you want to go to the right and go through the gate. Right?
Yeah.
And so jumping over this to the left is not necessarily something that people are going to think of. And then even if they do this, if you fall to the left, you get back where you started, and it's not necessarily better, right?
I see, yeah.
So you have to really jump to the left.
And then go all the way across. Yeah.
Alright, cool. Moving on to this one. Right, I heard some chimes. Oh. Sorry, give me a sec. There seems to be food in front of me. Yeah. That noise happened again. What was that about? I wonder if there's a secret here. I feel like there is. I think it's just the background music actually. Yeah. So when you complete a game, the final area, when you open the books, they make a sound to find secret text. I thought I was hearing that sound effect here, but I think that's just part of the background music. Alright, let's move on. Let's rewind. Move on. Right, we've got more stuff here. Yeah. One of the designer's favourite puzzles. Chris likes it a lot.
So we notice that the key, like the bunny, has the purple glow. So we know that it's something that both we and our shadow can interact with. And, that gap is wide, but not so wide that I didn't try a couple of times to get the timing just right, to jump across it, and it's just a little...
1 second actually. I'll be back in 5-10 seconds.
A bit too far. And then, of course, the
I'm just gonna wind it.
So we notice that the key, like the bunny, has the purple glow. So we know that it's something that both we and our shadow can interact with. And, know that gap is wide, but not so wide that I didn't try a couple of times to get the timing just right to jump across it, and it's just a little bit too far. And then, of course, the solution is our own shadow leaps across and hands it to us as we reach out our hand just far enough to catch it, and he dies in the spikes that he sacrificed himself for us.
There's two things I can say at least about designing this. One of them is the tolerances required to make this work are actually kind of tight. Again, anytime you jump, right, you have a choice of how close to the edge of the platform you jump.
Right.
It has to be completely impossible to jump across the gap. Right, otherwise the puzzle is ruined. At the same time, as we want this gap to be wide, we also need it to be narrow because when you're standing back on the other side, it needs to be plausible that you're grabbing the key. Like you need to intersect with the key as it arcs over, and that's actually pretty hard.
You know those movies where there's a parallel you in some other universe, and then there's this awesome scene where finally you and they meet, and reach through, I don't know, a mirror or whatever the thing is that separates us from that parallel universe, and it's poignant, and I don't know, like that to me, this was a really cinematic moment. And I felt for him. I mean, he's dying to give us the key.
Cool. Moving on to the next one. Don't know if there's any more in this room, right? Oh, there is.
This is a little bit of a violation of if I were an extreme puzzle purist when I made this one, such as I perhaps am a little bit more today, I would have thought more about whether this is a good idea for a puzzle, because this is one of those top-down puzzle designs where it's like it would be neat if you had to use one guy to distract a monster, right, and then go sneak in, right? That was the whole idea. And I just thought about how can I make that, and it's difficult to do that because if rabbits are out in the open, you can just kill them by jumping on them, right? Or you can jump over them to get past them. Like it's actually pretty difficult to come up with a scenario using the base game rules that would enable that puzzle. And so add a little bit of extra code to this one guy that he just doesn't like to come out of his little cubby hole. So there's no way to jump on him.
Well, rabbits have different personalities.
Yes. Yes. And I do think there's an extent to which maybe it makes the puzzle a little bit more random, right? Because when you know the complete behavior of something, you have all the information that you need to, like, decide how to deal with it. That said, these rabbits don't show up that often in the game, and when they do, you're sort of panicking anyway, right? But it's like, if you observe that his behavior is different, right? Like, oh, I expect him to keep chasing me, and then he doesn't bite. Well, how else is the behavior different?
I feel bad for him, actually. He looks a little bit sick. He looks a little sad.
Maybe that's why he doesn't want to come out.
But it's true. You have all this space on the right, and you feel like you ought to be able to lure him out there, and then just bonk him. But
and that just doesn't work. And that's a little weird, but it's not really something that people complain about. So maybe it's fine.
All right.
Alright. We got something new. Alternative design. Let's take a look at that. Just go see if there's anything else beyond it.
Here is a simpler version of the distraction puzzle. I did think of this form of puzzle when designing the original game, but I felt it would be too easy to solve accidentally, or even when solving deliberately, it just wouldn't feel as strong. The aspect of the final design of having to enter a long passage from both sides necessitates more premeditation, and it just feels better to me. But that final design requires special programming to get the rabbit not to leave its area, because if he did go out from beneath the overhang, you could easily just jump on him and kill him. That is to say, this rabbit does not behave quite like the other ones, and the only reason for that is to implement this puzzle. Some designers would consider this a hack that acts as a mild blemish on the game. Here, to prevent the rabbit from being killed, you make the player climb up into a restricted area from which the rabbit cannot leave and cannot be attacked from above. Thus, no special programming hack is required. This initial cliff on the left is here because the rabbit chases you very slowly when you are far away. So, if you were able to wake him up and then walk to the left side of the level, you could coax him to walk all the way over to the left. Then you can successfully race to the ladder and win without using the parallel universe at all, because that would break the puzzle you invented. Today, with much more design experience, do I like this version of the puzzle better? Probably, as I'm more of a purist about these weird tasks. But there's still something enticing about the symmetry of you and your shadow entering a tunnel from opposite sides, having the rabbit chase you in opposite directions. I wonder if, by working on this further, I could come up with an even better version of this puzzle that retains that symmetry.
Alright, I suppose let's try and solve it then. Oh, what have we got? I'm going to turn the music down a bit. Go back to the beginning. I can't get to above the thing. Okay, cool. I want to go the opposite way around somehow. How am I doing this? Cool. Does that count? Yeah, I think that counted, didn't it? Ah. Alright, let's get the bunny out and hold him there. Nope. Alright, let's go from here. Yep, still counts as got. Tch. fair enough. Alright, that's that one done. Done alternative design. Oh, I think I'll go back out. I have to have a 3-minute break at least in 4 minutes time. Just giving everyone a heads up. Testing. Alright, let's move on to the next one. A basic design choice deliberately made.
So let's see, the next one is crossing the gap, and this one has two elements that I really like. So, first there's this cool thing of, well, the cannon doesn't produce a troll unless I bump that troll, but I want you up here when the cannon produces a troll, so, okay, I will send my shadow self down there to bump the troll. No problem, that's kind of fun, a little bit of platform control, but not hard. And then there's this wonderful fact that, since the troll has the purple aura, it can interact with both real things and the shadow things. And then by controlling the timing of the platform and its shadow, because again, everything has a shadow, it's not just that we have a shadow in this world, then we can actually do this cool three-way switch and send the troll in several different directions. And we can briefly create a platform that goes all the way across, which is half real and half shadow, which is pretty nice.
For me, that was the neatest part of the level. Hey, can we make the monster walk on nothing?
Right, exactly.
Like, isn't that kind of cool?
And we saw a foreshadowing of that earlier, way back in, like, I think the very first world, where we were briefly on nothing because we rewound. And we're standing on something that was there before. And so now, it's a different version of nothing, and something which is there not before, but in a parallel world, and it's a nice manipulation.
Now, there's an aesthetic game design choice there that can be made one of two ways. So, if you have a monster like this that's in both realities, and you want it to be supported, right? Is it that it's supported when it's supported in either reality, or is it supported when it's supported in
Right.
both
It could be an and or an or.
Exactly. And I chose this version because I wanted
Alright, I'm back. Alright, I've got a feeling I'm muted. Some of the audio, so I'm going to replay this one again.
So let's see. The next one is crossing the gap, and this one has two elements I really like. So first there's this cool thing of, well, the cannon doesn't produce a troll unless I bump that troll, but I want you up here when the cannon produces a troll. So okay, I will send my shadow self down there to bump the troll. No problem. That's kind of fun. A little bit of platform control, but not hard. And then there's this wonderful fact that, oh, well, since the troll has the purple aura, it can interact with both real things and the shadow things. And then by controlling the timing of the platform and its shadow, because again, everything has a shadow, it's not just that we have a shadow in this world, then we can actually do this cool three-way switch and send the troll in several different directions. And we can briefly create a platform that goes all the way across, which is half real and half shadow, which is pretty nice.
For me, that was the neatest part of the level. Hey, can we make the monster walk on nothing?
Right, exactly.
Like, isn't that kind of cool?
And we saw a foreshadowing of that earlier, way back in, like, I think the very first world, where we were briefly on nothing because we rewound. And we're standing on something that was there before. And so now, it's a different version of nothing, and something which is there not before, but in a parallel world, and it's a nice manipulation.
Now, there's an aesthetic game design choice there that can be made one of two ways. So, if you have a monster like this that's in both realities, and you want it to be supported, right? Is it that it's supported when it's supported in either reality, or is it supported when it's supported in both realities?
It could be an and or an or.
Exactly. And I chose this version because I wanted to do this. Right? And it seemed cool. It seemed better to do that because the alternative is, oh, he's kind of falling through stuff. Maybe it would have been good. I don't know. I just never figured it out.
Well, for the sequel, you could have many different colors, sparklies, and tiny icons indicating a complex Boolean circuit hovering over each troll. Okay, just kidding.
Cool. Moving on, next one. What have we done? I'm just going to peek over here. What's over here? Interesting. So I suppose each of these areas comprise of each of the level designs. So this is the next level, next world, world 5, I think. Anyway, we should go back and check all of these first. I wonder if we get an award for doing all this. The interesting time with the boss monster. Alright, let's see what this says.
So then there's this fun lair puzzle. So, again, kind of like there's a hunt in a bunch of worlds, there's a lair in a bunch of worlds, and it's kind of the same, it's kind of different. Now we have to use this mechanic of sending our shadow to knock down the chandelier, or at least that helps a lot, because this guy is not rewinding you. And on the other hand, because he lives in both universes, both I and my shadow can bond him. There's a lot of sending the shadow to bring down the chandelier, and lo and behold, we get another hit off the guy. I tried to lure the boss over to the side so that he would be under the shadow chandelier. I never quite got that right. And then I also tried to get both chandeliers to fall on him. Anyway, I didn't end up achieving any double taps. I just sent my shadow in 5 times. And
Well, that works.
every once in a while I undid a tap by going back because I got fireball and whatever. Then the other nice thing about this puzzle is we see this really stretched journey that we have to send our shadow on. I take it that the journey we have to send him on is kind of at the outer limits of how long the branch can be.
Yeah, that was the idea here, is put the lever very far to the left and the door very far to the right, and you can't really do it from the right end of the level because it doesn't last that long. You kind of need to start here, maybe somewhere in the middle, go up, do the thing, right, pull the lever.
You each have a job to do, and you both have to start from that place somewhere in the middle. And I think that took me a try or two, but it was, it was pleasing because this is kind of the first point where we need to ride up against that limit on his life expectancy or branching time or whatever it is.
Yeah, design-wise, this is again one of those things where there's puzzle tolerances in mind, like how slowly does the door go up, how long does it stay open and shut. And the tolerances are actually, as a designer, they're very easy here because there's no constraint really pushing it the other way, which is nice. Unlike the other ones I've been talking about, on this one it's just like, well, there's nothing requiring me to make it either long or short. I just have to completely think about picking it. You can be pretty relaxed about where in the middle you decide to do this from.
Right. It's interesting. So in some of these puzzles,
Yes.
the design had a very narrow window.
Yes.
In a couple of the execution for the players, twitchy. Is that like twitchy runtime and twitchy compile times?
No. I certainly didn't think about that at the time.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Moving on to the next one.
I like the fact that a couple of the worlds end with a very nice minimal puzzle that lets you take what you've learned and it gives you, again, it's like a little paradox, a little koan. This one takes a little bit because it's like, well, we have one key in the world, but the key has a shadow, so one of us needs to open one gate, the other needs to open the other gate. How does that happen? Because if we try to, quote, program the guy and just head into the gate, well, it just uses up the key and then it's broken and it's not rewindable. My solution to this, actually, which I was quite proud of, is significantly more elaborate than the simplest solution. I bonked the guy, didn't take the key, then I went up and stood by the gate without the key.
Yeah.
But before bonking him, I did a motion such that my shadow self then picked up the key and took the shadow key to the gate. I then went back, picked up the real key, and opened the other gate. Aren't you proud of me?
I
Because
guess.
this is like way more complicated.
I'm still not sure how to do the motion. Yeah, the solution I had in mind when I did this was just to come up with something a little bit simpler, right? So the problem is, of course,
Which also uses a mechanic in
yeah, if you use the key in your universe ever, right, it's gone. The point being, though, you can generate an infinite number of shadow guys with shadow keys, so it doesn't matter if his goes away, right?
Right.
And so the simplest way to do it is just aim yourself and just rewind before you hit the gate. And this platform is placed so that you do a nice ballistic motion.
And again, because he does what you do, as opposed to going where you went, his ballistic motion continues, even though you never went there.
Now this is the minimalist version of the level, because if I wanted to do the shock version of the level, I could have put like 9 gates in a row, and you would have been like, oh, this is completely absurd. And it would have been a little tweakier, but maybe I could have figured out a way to make it really nice. Because, but you can jump actually standing right before the gate, and as long as you rewind, the guy hit it. And that's sort of a speed run way to do it, right?
That was cool. I did it not the way it was intended, but the way the other guy did it. So, yeah, I didn't know you could just jump and then rewind and let the shadow fall with the trajectory. That's quite interesting. I don't think there's anything else in this area. I'm going to go back and go on to the next area. As soon as we get back. So done those two. We've got one here. We start doing more complex things with the behavior in the world, revealing something new about the behavior of World 5. World of Opportunity.
So then in, let's see, window of opportunity, this has a couple of nice elements. There's this coordination in the first part about one of us, me and my shadow, needs to open this gate, another one of us needs to open that gate so I can get back out, and then, one of us needs to be over there to drop through. There's a little bit of timing, it's not too bad, but a little bit of timing involved in, this purple glow gate needs to not be unlocked yet when I'm jumping on it, but then it needs to be unlocked by the time I'm trying to get back out, and, a little bit of execution, but not bad.
Alright. I wasn't really paying much attention to that one. I'll move on to the next one anyway.
in the second level of this level, at first you're like, okay, more purple glowy levers, one of us needs to get up there and pull that lever, okay. But then we learn something really profound here, which is that when we rewind and create this shadow, he's not going where we were, he's doing what we did. So that means we've now seen 3 versions of what it means to go back in the past. One is rewind, one is moving to the left in space equals time world, and now there's getting him to do the things we programmed him to do in the past, but interacting with the world as it is.
Well, from the design standpoint, it's actually much simpler to do. Like just putting the guy in history where we were. Right? It's basically just doing rewind on a shadow universe. But I wanted it to be different. I wanted it to be reenacting what we did, but with possible differences in the world state, because that's just more interesting, and it's more, in my mind, fictionally what this is a game is like. There's a different reality. It's, it forces some range, it has you in it, and it's a little weird, but this game's a little weird.
I mean, in terms of the metaphors and the surrounding story, it's like, well, we all wish that we could have done things differently. We feel that there are these endlessly branching realities, and wouldn't it be great if we could cross that parallel world or cooperate across that branching sometimes? I think the other thing I like about this puzzle is that there's these 2 levers and these 2 platforms. It's not clear like who should do what. And so I think I tried a couple of times solutions where it was my normal self riding up the large platform in order to reach the lower lever. And you tried it a couple times and there doesn't seem to be a way to do it, and how can I send him onto the little platform on the pillow? How do I get him over? Could he get the puzzle piece for me? So it's one of these nice, I think, puzzle design elements where there are several things that look like hopeful strategies.
Yeah. And
And one of them doesn't work, but the one that does work forces you to learn this new thing about the mechanic.
Yeah, and as a designer, I actually expect people mostly to try what you were just saying first, because it seems more direct action, right, to do things that way. And in fact, you can, if you're super tweaky, you can get your shadow guy up there to the puzzle piece, but the puzzle piece isn't shared between universes, so he gets it, but you don't.
Yeah, exactly. It does not have the purple though. Good point.
Yeah.
Maybe when he flickers out, maybe he's still going on and living his life, but you can no longer interact.
Cool. That's everything from this one. Gotta get back out now. Right, probably best just to reverse. Nope, just end exit current mode. Yeah, that's quicker. Alright. Okay. How'd you do this? What's going on? Where's this fireball come from? Oops. Let's turn down a bit. Those switches don't block that fireball coming out. Don't know how to get that one. Can't seem to manipulate time or anything. Maybe I'll pick up something later to come back here. Maybe there's a key, a switch. Activate something. Let's turn these two on. See if anything happens. There's that noise again. Yeah. Does that mean anything? No, nothing gets activated here. Alright, I'll come and figure that one out later. Maybe there's something going on with that. Alright, this is the next world. 1 over r squared or 1 over r? Question mark.
And now, again, these themes and variations, now we have the clouds. Before we controlled their spacing with rewind, and now we've got the ring, and this first puzzle isn't too hard, and we can just slow down the clouds and get over there. The second puzzle, I think the reason why it took me so long to think of the solution is that you had a platform with a flower on it for purely decorative purposes in a level long ago. And so I thought of this as purely decorative, and so...
See, that's maybe a backfire, because the intent was, the way I think about these levels is they sort of come in pairs, right? They're reprises of each other, and the interesting thing about a reprise is you just get to juxtapose them in your mind and see what's different about them and all that stuff, right? And so this platform needed to be here for this puzzle to work, and so... Like, if it wasn't on the other one, then maybe it's less like the same level. Although that said, it probably in reality would have been fun, right? But it's interesting to hear that, because I'd never had that thought that might cause people to disregard the platform, as opposed to maybe continually wondering why it's there.
Right. I guess for me, I read this as a bit of clever misdirection because I was used to the idea that that was just decoration.
Well, you got it eventually.
I got it eventually. I did not feel it. I did get it eventually. The other nice thing here is the influence of the ring is pretty long range. Visually it looks like it might not change things outside the circle, but it changes things from quite far away. Is it a 1 over r squared rule?
If I remember correctly, it is a 1 over r rule because it's 2 dimensions.
Ah, yes, because that's how gravity would work in 2 dimensions.
In 3D, we all know about these 1 over r squared laws, and that's because if you take a sphere that's equidistant from any given point, and then you enlarge it...
The lines of force are getting spread out according to Gauss's law. Sorry,
this is the real law.
Yeah.
When it comes to something like this, I had that idea from the beginning that, like, oh, it's probably r instead of r squared, but I did try r squared, and it just wasn't... Yeah, it just wasn't that good. Like, you want this feeling of like going into molasses and when it's r squared, it's much more likely to be a circle. With a fringe around it, but the fringe is hard to like problem solve with because you don't get. It's very. Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard any of that before. It's quite interesting. Seems like I need to learn a bit more about physics or maths. That was cool. Alright, let's see the slowdown design. Maybe I'll go into detail about it.
When we're sitting down to design a game, we get to decide everything about how it works. So, we have the high-level idea that there should be an object you could drop to slow down time. How do we decide exactly how it should behave, down to every detail? The game was inspired by strange phenomena created by the laws of physics, and more specifically, the slowdown effect was inspired by time dilation that happens at very high speeds or in very deep gravity wells, so we can start our thought process there. Since we are dropping a localized object, it is much more reminiscent of gravity wells than high speeds. The thing about gravity, or any other physical force, is that it is proportional to 1 divided by the squared distance between the 2 objects exchanging the force.
What?
A simplified way of thinking about this 1 over r squared function is that it's happening because a given amount of force is produced at one place, then the waves or particles emanate out from that point in an ever-expanding sphere. As these mediating particles go out, their density decreases with the surface area of that sphere, which is proportional to r squared in the 3 dimensions of our world. 1 over r squared, and other functions like it, are continuous, so they change gradually with changes in spatial position. 1 over r squared changes very quickly when you're close to the origin, but very slowly in a way that creates only subtle analog differences when you get further out. Analog things are hard to deal with in puzzle games. In general, discrete things are easier for the player to reason about and easier for the designer to make sure the gameplay experience is clean and not fiddly and not weird. If the speed that you go at changes quickly near the center of the ring, and this speed is a big factor in how puzzles get solved, which it must be, the whole idea of the world is to slow stuff down by placing the ring, then the puzzles would be subject to a lot of fiddliness based on the exact position where the ring is placed. So if you place the ring right next to an object, that object might go at 0.1 speed, 1/10 of normal speed. But if you nudge the ring just slightly over, close enough that it might be hard for the player to intentionally choose distances at this scale, the object might now go at 0.2 speed, which is twice as fast, which makes it very hard to be consistent gameplay-wise. And if we don't limit the slowdown rate and just put a singularity at the middle, then slowdown would become infinite as you approach the center, which can become very awkward for gameplay. If you walk too close to the center or accidentally fell in vertically, it could take a very long time to get back out. And since you manipulate the ring by physically picking it up, and you need to be near it to pick it up, this set of game design choices drives us directly into the awkwardness. Anytime you're making choices, and you see they result directly in an unpleasant situation like this, it's a sign you should change those choices. So it was clear to me, pretty quickly, that we wanted to limit the maximum slowdown, and didn't want the maximum slowdown rate to be changing very quickly near the ring. What should the maximum slowdown be? We want it to be slow enough that you can see the effects in an obvious way, because that's very helpful when solving puzzles. It also makes the game feel cool. But also, we want the ability to design levels with lots of tolerance. You want to be able to make puzzles with wide margins of player error when the player is executing the right solution, and this necessitates the slowdown amount to be pretty high. Also, and this may sound shallow, but I wanted the music and sound effects to sound cool as you walk through the slowdown area. At some basic level, the game is about seeing and feeling time distortion, so this may actually be less shallow than it seems. But if the maximum slowdown is too much, solving can become routinely tedious because it just takes too long to move through the affected space. And if the music plays too slow, you can no longer really hear it anymore, both because your brain no longer tracks sounds that are that slow in the same way as normal speeds, and because the sound waves lose most of their energy as they get stretched so far. So the music stops being cool, and you don't get as much information about gameplay state from the sound effects. For all these reasons, I settled on an inner radius of the size you can see in the game, with a max slowdown factor of 5 times. This inner radius is drawn clearly as a bubble when you place the ring. There is no maximum outer radius, and this is perhaps a design failing, because there's no way to use the ring to affect one object without it affecting everything on the level. This makes levels like impassable foliage much more difficult and messy than they might otherwise have been. But I didn't want to impose an outer radius because I wanted the ring to be as physics-y as possible, and that requires the effect to travel outward forever. Maybe it was a mistake, I don't know. Earlier we said that in 3D the falloff would be 1 over r squared, and that this would probably change too quickly. When I tried it, yeah, it changed too quickly. I also tried 1 over r, which, in addition to being simple, is what would actually happen in 2D space, and I didn't like that either. Just going by game feel, I settled on a function involving 2 to the minus r. It is this. Boiling the function down to its simplest form, it's just 1 minus 0.8 times 2 to the minus x, where x is the number of radii away we are, and we clamp x at 0, which makes the slowdown constant inside the radius. Here's the code from the game that actually implements this. You can imagine how you might like to change this behavior and what the consequences would be.
School was giving us the code for that and stuff. The maths I just don't get. Maybe if you kind of want to know all that. So yeah, the first half of that dialogue I didn't understand. Second half I was had more of a grasp of. But yeah, I want to go back to learn more maths and physics. Alright, what are we doing? I don't think there's anything there. Oh yeah, and talking about the flower there as well, I think you saw my playthrough. On the first, well, the early area with the flower, it does nothing. I always thought it was a secret of some kind. But I definitely noticed it this time around, and I think I figured out, put a ring there this time around, like quite fast. Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next room.
And then Cascade, alright. This is like a Rube Goldberg thing. There's all sorts of things going on in this level. The left half is coupled to the right half in complicated ways, so it's much more than one screen's worth of logic that we have to think about. So we've seen this idea of dividing the frequency by 2, stepping down the frequency. We did it in some earlier things by creating collisions, and now we can do that with the ring, so we can slow down that cannon. But there's also several nice places in this level where we can use the ring just to make our lives a little easier, right? To make the air control on some of the jumps a little easier. And then there's also some sequencing we have to think about here. So I had to jump on a monster to get onto the cannon that is floating above the flaming spikes. So I ended up placing the ring on that cannon and just leaving it there. And that meant that I had to think about the order in which I did things. And I just walked off without the ring. And luckily, I had a brand shiny new ring as soon as I entered the next level.
Yeah, same thing I did as well.
That is actually, that is intended, that you leave it up there. And, yeah, you left it up there, you know, but, so.
Well, yeah, que sera, sera.
Yeah, like I would like for there to be a way to you to get that back, but you would have to add a bunch of contrived stuff to the level about maybe somehow
And
when
the
you
level
get in
already
there.
has so much stuff.
Yeah, maybe somehow when you get in there you can throw a switch that like opens a trap door above the thing, so you can fall down and get it. But then you'd be thinking about that when you're trying to solve the puzzle, right?
Right.
So then maybe it could be a secret trap door that just looks like the rest of the background, but then you'd be through the rest of the game going like, I wonder if there's more secret background.
Well, and if it was that easy to
interesting.
get down onto the cannon, then we didn't need to do all the other stuff to get to the cannon.
It negates
to
your
put
heroic effort.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's some things that I also like about, well, and so the fact that you need to leave the ring on the level and leave the level is a little bit video gamey, but like we're a little bit postmodern here. I just really like the visual of the fireballs going into the slowdown zone and coming back out, and
Yeah,
you
that's
seeing
nice.
the space dilation. Now that said, okay, so one of the things I wanted to do with this level was make a level where the different puzzles sort of bleed into each other or influence each other, right?
Right.
And are not separate. That's another instance of this thing that I do where I establish patterns where throughout most of the game the puzzles are separate, right? If two puzzles are on the same level,
They're usually on 2 separate screens. They're usually each about 1 screen big.
they're separated enough that you have a pretty good idea that they don't interact, and they're there more because they're related thematically.
Right.
And here all of a sudden that's different, and that increases the difficulty, and I think it decreases clarity, but I still wanted to do it in the game. And
Well,
so
so for me, that was pleasurable. I mean, I think some puzzles should be like that. You know, it's true that there's a lot of levels where it feels like a series.
Sorry, give me a sec.
Of small puzzles, like I said, little paradoxes or little koans. And this is much more like paragraph sized or 5-paragraph essay sized. But I think it also helps here that once you have the logical idea, none of this execution is that hard. It's a little bit tricky to, like, even after you step down the frequency of the fireball cannon, the monster still has to go through several monsters. I think that there's a periodicity of roughly 4 or 5 before one of them gets through the gap in the fireballs down to the next level. It took me a couple tries to catch up with him and jump on top of him, or I guess I could have hung out there and let him move under me,
The
but instead I
execution's a
had
little
to.
bit hard there.
It's a little bit hard, but not so hard. I mean, again, because I'm not a super platformer. I mean, like I'm not somebody who could play like Celeste.
Hey, I played
Right.
Okay.
I understand the beauty and the joy of those games, and I'm impressed by the people who play those games.
that. Yeah.
But for me, maybe I'm getting old, but that would be tough for me.
Alright, cool. Let's move on to the next one.
The next level, Impassable Foliage. This one was one of the harder ones for me, but I think that's because there was an idea I was missing. And again, I think it's kind of good that there are puzzles with hard solutions if you don't quite get the idea, and easy solutions if you do get the idea. So in mathematics, the first proof of a result of a theorem is often kind of ugly and kludgy and has a lot of moving parts. And then we have what we call the proof from the book, which is something Paul Erdős came up with, where that's the proof that now everyone says, this is the elegant, insightful proof. And so I think that's actually a nice element for puzzle games to have. So, of course, this reminds us of the irreversible level from some time ago, where the only way to get up there and delay the vertical block from blocking the horizontal block was to get up there without using rewind. Now we have this new tool, namely the ring. Okay, kind of straightforward. We put the ring underneath the plant to slow it down, but now we have these 3 cacti. So we know what we need to do. We need to get monsters over there so we can jump up onto that platform. And we also are given rewind immune monsters, which makes our job here a little harder, because if we don't get onto that platform quickly enough, then we have to sort of start the process over. But the nice thing here is you have 2 kinds of control over the phase. So yeah, it took me a while to realize that the frequencies are the same. If the frequencies were not the same, then you would have to do something really finely tuned with the ring to like alter, slow down the frequency of this cactus so it matches the frequency of the monster cannon. And thank you for not putting that in the puzzle. But we can control individual cacti by putting the ring close to them, although, one over R, it does affect the other cacti a little bit too. But we can also use rewind to touch up the overall phase of all 3 cacti at once. That helps. I like puzzle games where there is an analog element to them, either to the setting or the solution.
Yeah.
I like World of Goo.
Yeah. I mean, analog can become very messy if you're not careful, which is why you don't see it too often. But it can be an interesting space to explore.
Cool. Alright, moving on this one.
So elevator action, when you're solving this puzzle, you're like, okay, now I really need to slow the cannons down, because there's no way I can run upstream against these fireballs. I think I tried putting the ring on top of the first cannon there by the lever, and then I was like, oh, but what am I going to do about the second cannon? And then at some point you think about having the ring ride down on the elevator, and then there's this nice fact that you can retrieve the ring, if you're like close to it in Euclidean space, even if it's like on the other side of a platform, or I don't think you use this, but maybe even on the other side of the wall.
Well, there's a little bit more of a gap here than we normally would put, and that's to make it a little bit plausible that somehow you can reach in and grab the ring, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this elevator is an example of a thing that I do a lot in puzzles, which is I come up with what I want the level to be about, which is you get this idea that you need to slow down all the cannons, but the way you would do that, if you could, would be to place the ring above them, but then you need it for the next cannon, right? And so, and of course, the trick is to use the elevator. That means we need an elevator in the level, and so we need to pretend like there's a reason to have an elevator, right? which is, hey, we're going to ride down to this place where the key lives.
Which looks like just a thing to do, like, oh, that's where the key lives, I have to go down there, I have to fight a monster bunny, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. But, topologically, the key might as well be at the top of
Right.
the elevator next to the switch, right? And it doesn't really matter. Now, we did manage to put some other special puzzles in the game that also involve the elevator, right? And so
Yeah.
I get multiple uses out of it. But it's a fun thing to do as a level designer, to have a plausible excuse for something that then turns around and is instrumental in a clever puzzle solution, right? Now, you could imagine, for example, that I did put the key right at the top next to the switch, and then there's just like an elevator
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
And then you know that you're supposed to use that in the puzzle, and it doesn't feel that good to figure that out, right?
Right.
Because it's like, what's that stupid...
Right, it could have been something you just have to jump down and then you ride the elevator back up, but actually. Mhm.
Because if you see an elevator and it's got no obvious use, and you have a puzzle you're working on, you're like, I
You
used
know
that,
this
right?
is a puzzle step.
Right, whereas here you're like, I used it already, and so...
Right.
Yeah, and that just helps it feel good, and it's something that I wish more games did more of, because it's really wonderful to see it done well.
Hey Rockin, how you doing? Thanks for joining me. Yeah, so I suppose this is commentary this session. So for the last couple of hours, I've basically been watching the extra material for this game. So the game's completed already, but I'm just going through the director of the game, Jonathan Blow, and basically hearing his commentary and how he designed. So it's kind of like in 5 different categories, and I'm currently going through the game design commentary. So that's what you're kind of hearing at the moment. So far, I think, basically just I've done all of game design. I've not even finished it yet. But there's actually 4 other chapters beyond this. So there's quite a lot of material. So that's what you hear right now, and that's what I'm doing currently in the game. So just seeing how they made the game, basically. It's quite interesting. I'm quite intrigued by the maths they're doing as well, even though like I don't understand it. Like I didn't do physics in school, university, or anything like that. So I'm intrigued by it, and I want to listen to it anyway and see if I can wrap my head around it. But yeah, I think I'm more inclined for obviously naturally it'd be more inclined for the art direction stuff. So I can't wait to get to that. But anyway, we'll get through all of game design first, and then we'll move on to another chapter. And Rockin, if I just let me know if the audio is okay. Can you hear me okay, and can you hear the game okay? Cool. Alright, we'll move on.
Here's a version of elevator action that just implements the idea of the first puzzle, but without making any artful excuses.
I hated physics and chemistry because of maths. I really loved maths in high school. I kind of got fucked over a bit in high school. I don't want to kind of blame the school, but I am. Algebra I was really into. But basically meant things happened which basically meant I didn't get put into the higher classes. So that was something I was interested to explore more of. Same with physics and chemistry, but never not pursuing it in the end, and just kind of focus more on my art. So, alright, let's go back to it.
For the levels setup.
Let's rewind back to
Here's
the
a
end.
version of elevator action that just implements the idea of the first puzzle, but without making any artful excuses for the level's setup. It's included here to show the usefulness of artful excuses. This version of the level is more minimal than the original, and I've said a few times elsewhere that when designing Braid, the simpler the levels got, the better they were. But this level
Don't
is an
make it too
exception.
simple.
Here, simpler is worse because it gives away the answer to the puzzle, which destroys the magic. Imagine you're at the top of the level, you get the key, you realize you can't get back out through the cannonballs. What's the solution? Well, obviously it has to do with that elevator platform that has no other purpose. How could I use that? Well, this world is all about the ring. Oh, I'll just put the ring on the elevator. In the original level, the elevator has an excuse to exist. You ride it down to a side room where you get the key and fight a monster. Obviously, you needed to go down there to get the key, even though this is topologically the same as putting the key at the top. Also, the presence of a monster in a tight space can create a frantic experience that acts as a mental palate cleanser so that you're less likely to think, isn't it weird that there's an elevator just to go down to this useless room? Because the elevator had an obvious purpose, it becomes less conspicuous when you're thinking about how to get out. You don't really consider it as readily. Then, when you realize the elevator is also the key to solving the puzzle, it's a positive surprise and there's magic to it. This is what I mean by an artful excuse. We gave the elevator a reason to exist that feels natural in order to make it less suspicious.
I was in remedial maths. Weird, because me and Pa were very good at maths. My brain went the creative way. Oh, cool. Fair enough. So, do you do much artwork then? If your brain went the creative way, where you like went on to pursue like art and stuff like that, did you do A level art or O level art? Did I do this one?
When you design puzzles, opportunities for artful excuses.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Cool. Oh, you did art in college? Quality. I didn't know that. I'm gonna pick this key back up if I can. The ring. Yep. Alright, let's get back up. Ooh, let's turn down a bit. But because I was daft, I chose graphic design. I should have done fine art or something not very bright. I think, yeah, back when I was back in the 90s, even I remembered like I was really into my art, but like everyone was always against people following art as a career, and like the general kind of like idea that's kind of omnipresent in the 90s was like there was no career in art. So I think a lot of people were kind of more inclined to go the graphic design route. That seemed like a logical way to go for art. Like there's a purpose for it, and it feels like there's a lot more opportunities. So I knew people, and like the general kind of idea was it's probably a good idea to do graphic design. If I knew like how important like how much of a career you can make out of like drawing and design and art, then I would have pursued that a hell of a lot more. Because at university, I ended up doing film studies. I had the option of film studies or fine art, and I just decided film. But now after university, after the noughties, kind of realised like art is a really good career. You can make quite a lot of money from that. Um, but no one ever said it. Nowadays, people are saying like it was a good direction to go. But back in like the 90s, and I imagine even worse in like the 80s or 70s, everyone was always put off about going to art school. Your mum was very encouraging. Dad, though, how do you make money? Yeah, I mean, like concept artists, man. Like, like Spielberg films and Lucas films in the 90s, they were fucking hiring like really rubbish artists because there wasn't many artists around. I wouldn't say rubbish as such, but like the quality now, the competition is so high. But like the level of entry to get work as an artist in the film industry or game industry was really low back in the 90s. So, but now, yeah, you're facing like a lot of people do it, and a lot of people are really good and really young, so it's a hell of a lot more difficult now. But yeah, I also remember like Only Fools and Horses. There was that running gag all the time that Rodney went to art school, and everyone just gave him shit for it. So, you go college. Yeah, yeah. Well, you're never too young, or too old, I should say. Um, Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that myself at the moment. But yeah, if you should, that'll be good. Where am I? Alright, cool. Moving on to the next one. He painted computers. Fair enough. Right, I don't know everything here. Got this one. Didn't have an opportunity to read that. Chris liked this level a lot. Right. In another castle.
Here in another castle, this is another one of these like Zen koan levels. It all fits on one screen. It poses a pretty clear paradox to you, right? Like, gee, if only I could use the ring to slow down that horizontal platform to maybe get over there by the time the key is dropping. But I would also have to use the ring to slow down the vertical cannon so I can get up there to flip that lever. If only I could do that. Oh, I can. And it's a reminder that rewind.
It's still in the game.
It's
not just
still in
how
the
you
game.
resurrect yourself.
It's not just time, and it's also, I think a lot of the recent uses of rewind were to rewind sort of one thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And here we're setting up a fairly long sequence where the ring is in two different places and rewinding all the way back through to the previous place it was. And then there's this awesome cinematic hero move here where you get to leap through the air, catch the key in midair as it falls, and even do it in slow-mo. And it looks so fantastic.
There is an alternate solution to the puzzle where you put the ring down around the bottom to slow down the key as it falls. It's barely achievable and not as fun, but you can do it that way.
Okay, so again, a twitchy way.
That was the solution I tried to begin with.
And a less twitchy way with more thought. Yeah. It's also, of course, wonderful that, I mean, we've seen a couple of places now where the ring is on something moving, like a cloud or like the elevator. It's wonderful that it can fall through the air with the key and continue working.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because at first you might think the ring is a thing which lives on stationary objects.
Cool. Let's see what the alternative design is. Interesting. Doesn't look too much different. I suppose. Yeah. Well, let's see what they say about it.
Here's a simplified version of the level in another castle. The original is fairly complicated and difficult, involving the use of a floor that makes you rewind exempt. But because there are only a few of these in the whole game, you have only a small amount of experience with how they work, so it's more difficult to think through the solution. I had wanted this to be a fairly difficult puzzle because it's the final level before the end game, and traditionally, difficulty goes up with time. And there are some good reasons for that, though we in the industry do tend to rely on this old habit a bit too much. Also, precisely because there aren't many of these rewind exemption platforms in the game, I had wanted to use another one here, because otherwise, if that game mechanic only happens once or twice, it feels pretty weird, like a one-off hack, rather than part of the overall system. But really the important, interesting, and cool thing about the level, the idea that inspired me to make it in the first place, is just the mental image of the ring and the key falling slowly together for a long time. These days I would be much more interested in making a level that focuses on that phenomenon specifically, without obscuring it by putting unrelated difficult stuff in front. So, here's what that might have looked like. It is more focused, and also much easier. Braid is a somewhat short game. If all the puzzles were as easy as this one, maybe the game would feel less satisfying because you could blast through the whole thing without having to think very much. But you can structure a game to break ideas like this into multiple stages. First level, we show the cool thing with the key falling slowly, and you do have to think a little bit to solve that, but it's not too hard. Then, the next level is built around the idea of the key falling again, but with some augmentation that's interesting on its own. And there can be more challenge in this second level because the player's already familiar with the idea of the slowly falling key, and can use that as a pre-understood building block in the solution. I didn't do much of this in Braid, though the reprise levels make this happen to a limited degree, but in later games I do it a lot. These days, I really like making sequences of puzzles where there's a flow of ideas from puzzle to puzzle, and that flow itself becomes observable by the player, and the sequence creates a more than the sum of its parts effect that can be quite sublime when fully appreciated.
Cool. That's one. Yeah. Cool. So this is basically the same puzzle again, but like a hell lot easier, right? That should be the case, right? We'll soon find out. Cool. Switch is broken. Can't use that again. Now what do we have?
This level works because the ring itself falls slowly. But you could imagine that the field emanated by the ring might not affect the ring itself, only everything around it. Then the ring would fall at a normal speed. As a designer, how do you decide which way it should work? This level shows you exactly how I make this kind of decision. There's something really interesting that I could do if the ring affects itself, have it fall slowly with the key for a long time, and there's no equivalent interesting thing in the other case, at least not that I could think of at the time or even now. This helps to sway the decision quite strongly. Because the ring acts on everything, including itself, for consistency, the sound effects played when the ring is manipulated are also affected by the time dilation. I decided to do this not just because it's internally consistent in terms of the laws of the world, but also because I wanted to further emphasize the change in time behavior with as many audio visuals as possible, and the ring's sound effect is very prominent at these times.
Cool. Let's see what reprises. Alright. What's going on here?
There are some interesting things to say about where the reprise levels came from. Way back toward my start as a professional video game maker, when just hanging around developer conferences, I'd heard some designer friends speak enthusiastically about games where you can revisit old levels with new abilities and navigate those levels in a different way than you had before. For example, now that you have a grappling hook, you can transit a level more quickly and get to some new places that you couldn't when you initially played it when you were only able to jump. I don't actually remember which games were being discussed. Maybe they were Mario or Metroid games, but they were mostly games I hadn't played. But this stuck in my mind as an interesting thing to do in a game design. Later, when I was designing Braid, all these ideas bubbled up. But Braid doesn't work by your character getting new abilities over the course of the game. The abilities, such as they are tied to each world. And since the abilities are tied to worlds, it's not possible to actually go back to the same level with different abilities. So I flipped the idea around and had the same levels recur in different places, wherever I felt the mechanics of the new world made the puzzle interesting and different. So those are the reprises. But adding reprises does more than just help make some neat puzzles. It amplifies the experience of one of the core values of the gameplay, which is to observe and appreciate the varying rules of time and their consequences. When you see the same level in a new world and have to think about a familiar thing in a new way, this shines a light on the differences. And since the differences are caused by the behavior of time, this highlights the behavior of time in an extra way, beyond what happens when you just play an arbitrary level in the new world. Reprises were also good for the thematics of the game. Having the same levels show up repeatedly felt dreamlike, and similar to the structural repetition of the story screens. I enjoyed the feeling of important levels echoing forward through the game. A fundamental dilemma arose with regard to the reprises as development proceeded. Early on, with The Pit, for example, I would just copy the entire level from one world to another, and maybe tweak a monster position or something, but the level was visually recognizable as exactly the same. You could take screenshots of different versions of the level, and they were barely different, and this felt important to me for recognizability. But when we started adding all the graphics, each world attained its own visual identity, and then there was a problem. I want the reprise levels to look exactly the same as each other, to help maximize the feeling of recurrence, but the visuals of each world are very different from each other. So if the reprises look the same across worlds, they break the visual continuity internal to each world. They feel like they're interrupting, maybe so much that the player won't get a solid feeling of each world being an intact, consistent thing. And that's bad, because it would weaken the picture of the game being organized as a series of parallel worlds where time has consistent rules in each world. Because we're just talking about how levels look, in a way that doesn't affect rules of the game, some mechanics-focused designers might minimize the importance of this question. But it's crucial to understand there are two different things going on here. There's the degree to which the game is coherently organized, worlds arranged in parallel with specific rules operating in each world, and then there's also the degree to which the player is able to see this organization, to appreciate and delight in it. My job as a designer is to help players see and delight in these structural arrangements. Because design is by default invisible, it is a common failure mode to design something that players are not sufficiently able to see and appreciate. So I wanted to be extra careful about this. The alternative choice was to decorate each instance of a reprising level according to the visual theme of the world it's in, which de-emphasizes the repriseness a bit. This is the way I went, and it still feels like the right decision to me. Often in game design, you run into problems like this, where you're trying to do two things, and those two things are fighting each other. These are problems you have to solve, but sometimes no solution seems good, and the fact that you can't make a perfect decision becomes one of the things that makes development psychologically difficult. You're investing so much energy trying to make the game as good as possible, and the ideas were so beautiful when they were abstract in your mind. But that's because early abstractions don't have enough concrete details to generate the real conflicts that will eventually occur.
Yep, cool. The pit, we've got the option of the pit. Can I drop down there? Yeah, we can, yeah. Can I drop down there to the left? Alright, there's a lot of doors. These ones seem to be done already. Yeah, let's take a look at these actually. Is this one gonna take me to that room I couldn't get to? Nope. Right. We seem to be going in circles somewhere. Alright. Man, that's a lot of stuff. How comes I've seen it done half these already. We've got that noise again. They're like, oh. Okay, we done that one. I'm getting a bit lost here. Whoa. Here we focus on ideas of core Braid's design. Most of his commentary is also reachable on other levels. Wait, what? Alright. Just try and figure my way around the maze. So we've done all these. So there's conversation with Chris Moore, Cassie, some other people, monologues, special topics. There's like sub chapters. Which one did that come from? Oof, there's a lot of stuff here. Special topics. I'm just trying to find the best kind of order to do stuff.
There are some interesting things to say about where the reprise levels came from. Way back toward my start as a professional
Special topics. I think we should do every person in order. And then do the monologues and then do special topics. And then that'll be all the design done. I really want to do visuals. That's my jam. But I started design, so I'll continue to design. Um, there's a lot more material than I actually expect. I thought I'd get this all done in 4 hours, but it looks like I don't know, 12 hours maybe. I think I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Because we only done one chapter of 5, basically.
These are excerpts from an interview by Casey Muratori, who I first met back in the 1990s, and who was one of the early playtesters of Braid. And, as you'll hear in the interview, Casey was responsible for a substantial portion of the original ideas that inspired this game.
Cool. How initial idea of Braid started to form. More about literary inspirations for Braid. Cool. Alright. I just wanted to see if there's anything else back here. Shouldn't be. Oh fuck, there is. Game design.
I had an idea of an experience that I wanted the player to have at the start of the game.
Okay.
Just an art thing. Like, wouldn't it be nice if the following,
Okay.
right? And you see yourself silhouetted and you have this like simple moment. And that includes all sorts of even pragmatic things, like the game not booting to a menu and just booting to this scene that almost
Right.
could act like a screensaver until you start playing the game.
And there's not like 50 logos that come up, et
zero
cetera, et cetera,
logos,
right?
Yeah. You know, the first thing a lot of people want to do is put their company logo that nobody's ever heard of or cares about, and that's the first thing you see. And I'm like, no. And in fact, Witness was the same way. It boots, and then you're in that hallway.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing, and it's related, but a little bit meta, is because my agenda was for this to be an art game, and not just to be an art game, but to show other designers and players, like, this is a way that games can be, that games usually aren't being, right? So it was to make a point, kind of, like, the game starts up, you see a thing, it's not like Mario.
Right.
You're like, what exactly is going on?
Yeah.
And it's a statement. This experience you're about to have is different from the ones that you are used to. Like, I wanted to hit people with that right away,
Okay.
but in a way that was also beautiful and nice.
Okay.
So that was a very early idea.
Okay.
Like, those initial builds of the game that I sent to you guys didn't have this. It was just like you're in level 1 or whatever.
But you had wanted it at that time.
Well, I don't know, but
Okay.
but relatively soon after, once I
Okay.
started thinking about how do I put all this together, like that came in there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I have no idea how much longer all this would be. Trying to think about it. I think some chapters are going to be shorter than others. What I done the first chapter, I suppose, is actually quite a lot, but I don't think anything else is going to be nearly as long. And I kind of seem to be doing commentary from different areas of design, of the making of the game. So I'll probably cover a lot more material than I actually suspected to begin with. Alright, let's see this.
I guess I don't really know, but I know you said that you got the idea for Braid in late 2004.
Yeah,
And
it was your idea, actually.
And I've always been a little confused by that, but I mean, I guess I sort of know what you mean. But so, why don't you walk us through exactly what that means? Because obviously there's the email that I wrote that I think you're referring to,
Yeah.
but I think there's a deeper through line there, because that part is just one piece of it. There's the whole thing with like invisible cities.
Invisible
and,
cities.
There's all these other lineages that are like involved there, and I don't really know in what order these start gelling together. It's obviously not just like, oh, there's this one email.
Invisible Cities is, when this game first came out, Jonathan Blow was banging on about Invisible Cities. So I went out my way to read it. So that was really cool. I recommend it. Like different chapters basically talking about this imaginary, like kind of design for a city kind of stuff. And each chapter is like a different city with different crazy properties to it. If I remember correctly, it was about 20 years ago since I read it.
and everything happened after.
Let's just
They're
rewind
like
it.
involved there, and I don't really. That part
Yeah.
is just one piece of it. There's the whole thing with like invisible cities and
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah.
there's all these other lineages that are like involved there, and I don't really know in what order these start gelling together. It's obviously not just like, oh, there's this one email and everything happened after the email. There was like a bunch of things, I feel like. So
Yes.
I think I've also heard these already. Basically, before the anniversary edition came out, I think Jonathan Blow and a couple of people interviewed Jonathan Blow, and he had like a podcast where he started briefly talking about like the making of Braid, and I think these are actually from that. So I think I've actually heard these already because I kind of like, listened to it before the game. We'll go through them anyway.
There are many factors that it's hard to place, but before the email, sort of the background that was percolating was Invisible Cities was one of my favorite books, and there were other works at the time that were obviously influenced by that. Right? And one of these was a book called Einstein's Dreams by someone who is a physicist in his day job, Alan Lightman. Right? And so both of these books take the form of a bunch of little vignettes that are 3 or 4 pages each that explore some different idea that is a little bit absurdist or somehow obviously not the case.
Okay.
Like not literal explorations and not logical explorations. So in Invisible Cities, you know, there are cities where I'm not going to remember any of them well enough to like do justice, but you know, there's a city where every point above, it's like on the water, right, like Venice, and every point of the city above the water has a corresponding point below, but it's also conflated with the reflection in the water, and like people are spying on each other, and there are no secrets because from every point of the city you can see every other point by looking in the reflection. I'm completely butchering it, but it's things like that. It's things that like don't exactly map to reality 100%. Right. The one that my company is named after, which of course I remember the best, is about. It's a city built by just looking up at the stars and seeing what the structure and the architecture is, and like, okay, let's copy that down here, and it always seems to be perpetually under construction and never completed.
Oh wow, okay.
Which is maybe a little bit of that.
That's great.
Yeah.
But appropriate for a game development.
Sadly.
Life cycle, yeah.
Sadly. And then Einstein's Dreams was like that but different. It was, you know, many people know the story that Albert Einstein was a lowly, not particularly respected patent clerk before he did all his good stuff. And Einstein's Dreams is about him going home every day after the office and doing his physics at home and like just falling asleep thinking about what is the answer to how it could be that light behaves. Right? On the one hand, this is like maybe there are different topologies to the universe. If there's a fourth dimension, what is it and how it behaves?
Yeah.
But it's also used it's like transposed onto, let's say, the idea dimension of like what people are and how they behave and like how their relationships go and stuff. Right? And so in a certain kind of universe, maybe light goes kind of slow and that makes everything cold and people are cold to each other or something. Again, I'm butchering it.
Okay.
But like that's the basic idea. And
so it's sort of like a very like microcosmic thing where all the different parts are exhibiting the same sorts of change. So we make one change, but we kind of pretend that change ripples through everything, even if it wouldn't necessarily make quite logical physical sense if that was true.
Yeah, sometimes it varies a little bit. What I would say is that there's a constant use of laws of physics in an analogical way, like to make analogies with like ways that behavior could be in. And sometimes that's more literal and sometimes it's less literal, right? Now that even, it's very clear to me now, and maybe it even was then, but that actually owes a lot to another set of Calvino stories called the Cosmic Comic Stories,
Okay.
which is very explicitly about that too. It's like, so one of the early Cosmic Comic Stories is like, there's a guy who's just like rotating in space around, like he's in a certain part of the galaxy, and his life is just many rotations of the galaxy. And
Okay.
he's very alone, and once in a while he passes maybe a mark that somebody else made, and he wonders like, what is this and who made it and
Okay.
where did it come from, and
All right.
that kind of a thing. Or another one is, it's at many different scales. So another one of the stories is, you can imagine the moon being much closer to the Earth and with a more eccentric orbit, such that sometimes it comes a lot closer and sometimes it's further.
Mm-hmm.
And gravity's a little bit different, so that like maybe the ground kind of melts up like cheese a little bit. And
Okay.
there's like an expedition where it comes so close at a certain time that like we're gonna cross and we're gonna go to the
Wow.
moon by like throwing ropes up there and like
Yeah.
climbing up there, right? It's that kind of story. They're very entertaining, and I recommend them to anyone who's interested, because they're all very readable, because the stories are often very short, and they have an enjoyable idea that they get to very quickly. But all of this, I had read as much Calvino as I could get my hands on, and all of that was influential on what Braid was, although don't blame him if you don't like the text in the game, because it's very different from anything he would have written. Right?
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
part of what I was consciously doing is like not copying, right? Like, let's make this its own thing, even though it's heavily influenced. But so all that was flying around sort of in my mind at some point. Like, I wanted to do a game version of what I liked about these stories, right?
Cool. Yeah, did I do these ones? Don't think so.
The house, well, I had this idea that if it's a puzzle game, I think the idea that you would be able to trivially run through the levels came much later. But
Okay.
before that, it was like, okay, these levels are going to have puzzles. I had done enough looking at games to see that if you have a very linear structure and you have puzzles, people get stuck on a puzzle and then they can progress no further in the game.
Right.
And that's terrible. They get mad at the game. There's plenty of enjoyable times that they would be able to have that you're not letting them have.
Monkey Island.
And you're not even giving them that much of a chance to figure out the puzzle.
Or
Because
Broken
banging your
Sword.
head against one thing is not that great, even for just processes of thought, right?
Right.
If,
Yeah.
if what helps you solve the puzzle is better facility with the universe of this game and how the rules work and all that, then like if I just give you more experience with the game in different contexts,
Right.
then you're better armed to come back and solve whatever you were stuck on. So all of this led me to think, okay, we want a structure where if there are a bunch of worlds with different physics in them, like we probably should introduce them roughly in some sequence, but who's to say you have to solve them in sequence or even play them in sequence, right? And so it's deliberately different from a book that way. Although again, books like Dictionary of the Khazars are
What's that?
deliberately nonlinear, but it's very rare in a book to do that.
Right. Most books are linear.
Like Choose Your Own Adventure is deliberately
Right.
nonlinear.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this was a way of trying to make the puzzle game good. Okay, so if it's kind of nonlinear and you can go to things in whatever order, how do you know when you're done? How do you get to the end? I can't just put the end after World 6 or whatever, because what if you haven't finished the other ones?
Right.
So there's got to be something gating you from the ending.
Right.
And it would be nice if that was something where you could see your progress incrementally. Like you could imagine there's just some door that's locked until everything else is done and then it opens. And that is functionally what is there. But I came up with this thing where like, the different ladders are there based on what worlds you finished, and you can climb higher, although you can't really get to anything, so that feels a little bit better. And if you've solved them discontinuously, there'll be a gap where you can't climb, but then you see the other ladder out there, and you get this feeling of progress. You get the visual feedback of progress,
Mm-hmm.
and there's this mystery of like, what's in that attic,
Right.
right? And you get the whole game to think about that because you see the attic at the beginning,
Right.
and I mean, if you poke around, and at some point, probably long before the end, because you end up coming back to this house between every world,
Right.
and every time you quit the game and restart it, you're back in the house, and so you probably poked around at some point, and you're like, oh, what's up there?
Yes.
And I never put a sign saying you're trying to get into the attic, right? But it's natural to want to know.
Yes.
And so that all seemed like a good way to structure it.
Yeah, cool. Something a bit odd in that last video example they showed. It looked like there was blue clouds covering those stars over there. Don't know if it's a glitch or I think it might have been a glitch, but it was those blue clouds. Right, we've done the first one. Let's do the second one.
You know, you kind of want to flesh it out and figure out the structure of the game, and if these are puzzles made out of puzzle pieces like they were at the time, you need to have enough to make a puzzle in each world.
Right.
And even if that weren't the constraint, it's still awkward maybe at a game of that size to have some areas with a lot of puzzles and some with a few. Although, again, with The Witness, I made the opposite decision, but that works better because of the structure of that game being bigger and like there was a decision.
What do you mean by the opposite decision?
Well, in Braid, it's very regular, right? There are 12 puzzle pieces in
I
each
see.
world,
Okay.
right? And so, if a world doesn't have 12 puzzle pieces, maybe I'm not done designing it.
I see.
And in The Witness, it was more like going into it, I see that the design space is going to be more irregular than that, so I'm
I see.
simply going to avoid any structure of that kind.
Because basically, you'd have to cut too many puzzles or add too many puzzles to some of the sections. If you tried to pick like the median number or something and
Yeah.
have everything hit that, it just wasn't going to work.
Right. Even in Braid, there's probably a little bit of that. Like there are probably, if I thought harder on some worlds, there are really good puzzles that could be there, but I was done thinking about it because there were 12.
Gotcha.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the worst thing than that actually is I don't have 12, and so I need to start to make filler, right?
Right.
And that's sort of why the number is 12. It's because that was the degree to which I found that I didn't really need filler
Okay.
to have enough.
So maybe some world in Braid would really have liked to have been 13 or 14, but it was just better to go, okay, the world where I have the least ideas for puzzles, they hit about 12, so we're just going to call it 12, and because I want it to be regular.
Yeah, and I probably made the decision for 12 provisionally before I had that verification,
I see.
but it was a guess that turned out to be okay.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that one before. I can't remember now what I heard on the podcast or maybe like earlier on this stream and doing the same thing again.
Just so we're clear on what a reward is, though, because somebody who is not necessarily familiar with exactly what's going on in all of these types of designs is the fact that in Braid I put together this puzzle and then the ladder to the attic goes over, right? Like, why isn't that a reward? Or so can you be a little bit more specific, just for anyone who was unclear on what those two things were? What to you differentiates this sort of thing into two categories, where one is a reward and the other is actually just part of the game design?
Well, we can we can turn a dial here.
Okay.
And so the thing that you're talking about with the ladders, it is technically a reward. It's a muted one, right?
Mhm.
It's an acknowledgement of progress where you expect the feeling of satisfaction comes internally from the player, right?
Mhm.
Like, oh, I see that I made this progress that probably I had planned out. Like the first one, you don't really know what's going on, but after
Right.
one or two, you're like, okay, I want the third one now.
Right, right.
And then you see that you got the third one now, and you're like, okay, this is good. And you decide that it's good, right?
Yeah.
Now, you can turn a dial about how extrinsic it is. So the one that's there right now is almost completely intrinsic in that we're not taking very many steps to get you hyped, right?
I want to say the camera doesn't even really pan to it or anything.
No, it
right?
doesn't. You just
kind of
climb up there and
happens.
you see it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of camera pans. I
Yeah.
almost never do that.
Yeah.
It takes extra programming. Whereas, interestingly, so that game company, which is a different game company,
Mm-hmm.
they're very concerned with having people feel specific emotions, and they do camera pans all the time.
Okay.
So that's an interesting difference that you
Okay.
can think about. So, what else could I do? Well, I could. So when you get a ladder in place, is when you put the last puzzle piece in and put the puzzle in the frame, right? I could do a camera pan at that time. That's a little more. It's still utilitarian because it's like I want to just make sure that you notice this thing, but it's also making a bigger deal out of it, right? Well, instead of a camera pan, you could do a camera pan with like a cool sound effect
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
maybe it materializes in place,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that's cooler. You're making a bigger moment out of it.
You play Flight of the Valkyries.
Well, again, you can keep going. Like
Yeah.
instead of it materializing, maybe it materializes with like gold stars that
Yeah.
shoot off like fireworks or
Yeah.
whatever. Maybe the little dinosaur guy and his friends have a little parade around your character, and then walk up to the thing, right? And they're like tooting on the horns and stuff.
Or
Right.
Bloopy.
Yes.
Bloopy could come out.
Bloopy could come out and say,
Okay.
"Congratulations, that is the 4th ladder, which is even better than the 3rd ladder. You're way better at this game than you've ever been before. And there's only 2 ladders left, and I'm sure it's going to be so amazing when you get that last ladder, right?" This is more and more
Yeah.
extrinsic, and there are multiple dimensions to it. Like there's, shooting off the fireworks and making a big deal out of it, but there's also like rhetoric, like you're so strong because you beat that
Right.
boss.
Yeah.
You're such a smart person
Right.
for figuring out that puzzle, and games
Yeah.
do all of these things.
Yes.
And, well, if you look at the games on the phone, they're one certain way,
Yeah.
right? And they're that way for a reason. And this is a little bit of an interesting thing then, because it's really not possible to dial the extrinsic part all the way to 0. Like there's always trace amounts to it. Even
Right, because you didn't have to prevent the person from going to the attic. They could have just gone to the attic at the beginning of the game. So the fact that you chose to prevent them from going to the attic makes getting to the attic a reward by definition.
Well, but also
But-
I made it bigger than it had to be. So for example, I put these ladder segments.
Mhm.
We worked to make them look a little bit good,
Mhm.
like they're in a sequence that you can understand, and that's supposed to create drama toward the ending.
Mhm.
It could instead be there's a ladder that goes all the way. I mean, we could just let you in, right? But
Yeah.
even before that, you could climb up, and you walk in front of the door, and it says locked :
Right, 2 out of
3
6.
out of
Yeah,
6
yeah.
puzzles.
Right.
And that's way less extrinsically motivating even than what we're already doing. It's also just less classy, and it makes the game less nice.
Yeah.
And so that's my point, is that these things are correlated,
Mhm.
and it's really, really hard to get them even anywhere near 0 and still have a good game.
Cool. That was quite interesting. Yeah, never really thought about that kind of stuff in game design. Alright, cool, we've done those. We can go to the next area. Alright, cool. Just trying to figure out where I am. Alright. Braid is made as 2D platformer to limited technical risk. And Braid is made in 2D platformer to maximize the focus of the design. So these two I haven't done before? Well, let's try it.
Why is it like a 2D
Pardon me.
platformer from because there are many things you could have done. You could have done something more like a top-down sort of thing, or you
Yeah.
could have decided it should have been in 3D, or you could have. So there was something that made you pick that, was that just, hey, a random first guess and then it
Nope.
stuck? Or were you like, there's a reason?
There are two reasons,
Okay.
two lines of reasoning that
Yeah.
came together. One was, hey, when I first went into games industry, didn't even feel like the industry at the time, but
Yeah.
doing this bolt action stuff,
Yeah.
we did some really hard, challenging thing, and we only had two programmers. Like, imagine anyone in the year 2022 saying, I've got a two-person programming team. We're going to build our own game engine that doesn't even use the graphics API. It's going to be drop in, drop out, client server, narrow bandwidth action game,
Yeah.
and we're going to make it in like a year or 2 years.
Yeah.
It's like nobody these days would even try that, and
Right.
like we somehow did it without even being in games.
Right, right.
Okay.
So I get getting 3D out of the mix, but now there are many different types of 2D games. There's top-down, there's isometric, there's...
Yeah, let me go back to that for a
okay.
second, right? Because so like I said, I had a hard time firstly with bolt action, but we made a game. We made
Yes.
several iterations of it. It shipped to people.
Yes.
It was grueling, but we did it, and we were
Yes.
poor all the time.
Yes.
After that, like I said, I was kind of burned out. I worked on other projects like Gallstaff, and there was probably other 3D stuff before Gallstaff. And like everything I did was trying to be 3D in some way. You know, the air guitar game was trying to parse 3D space,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Like that's even harder.
Yeah.
I definitely noticed the pattern, and you know, so Happy Cake, for example, as we discussed, was completed
Also
in
3D.
3D. It was a lot of work. We got it done, but also the delta between that and a game that I would have liked was like still pretty big, right? And so I had a good taste for how hard 3D was. I knew that I could do it, but I also knew that it was going to take a lot of time and energy to do it, both technically, firstly, but also in terms of design. Just
Mhm.
getting things to feel good in 3D is harder.
Yeah.
Solving issues like, oh, there's just visibility problems here, or collision doesn't feel good, or whatever
Right.
it is. Those are all easier just from a design standpoint in 2D than 3D,
I see.
right? And so what I was saying to myself was, you know, I would have envisioned that I would have done a big, groundbreaking, meaningful game. I was about to say important, but I don't know what important means, and I don't think I would have said it that way. But like, I wanted to really make my contributions to games, and I hadn't made a game that was like that yet.
Okay.
Right? Even so, Happy Cake didn't ship to anybody. The bolt action game was played by a 3 or 4 digit number of people.
Right.
You know, and then didn't continue after that.
Right.
So it's like, when am I going to do this thing, and what do I do to maximize the probability that this time this project succeeds, right? And there were many things. I was like, it's time to get serious and stop
Okay.
playing around on all these little projects. Now, we've talked through a lot of the consulting that I did. We talked through a few of the projects that I did, but like there were a lot of little projects. And when we skimmed over like Game Developer Magazine, right? I
Right.
did that for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like 20 to 30 little projects.
Yeah, yeah.
That whole thing.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's stop messing around and make a game that's really good. So, firstly, eliminate technical challenge and design challenge by being 2D. Okay, what kind of 2D? There's lots of 2D.
This is sort of the bullseye of the question, which is I wasn't quite sure how you ended up with.
Well, I already knew, like, okay, we're going to screw around with time,
Okay.
right? At least. And maybe we're going to do this other quantum stuff. It's unclear. But what is the form of it? Well, we know from the Calvino influence, it's about going between different worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And the rules change in every world.
Right.
And that's what's cool about it. Like, maybe in this world there's superposition, right?
Right.
Maybe in this world there's time goes backwards, whatever.
Right.
But it's interesting that part of the entertainment value or the knowledge you take from the game is
Right.
seeing and understanding those changes, right? How do you do that? Well, somehow you're comparing them with the baseline. If you don't have the ability to compare them, like, hey, we've got this cool superposition thing, how do you understand why the superposition is interesting and how it's cool and how it affects things? Well, you know how the things would have been without the superposition, and then you add the superposition, right? And so I was thinking, hey, the value in this game is supposed to come from the cool reality bendy stuff. If the rules of the game are really complicated, and then you apply some reality bendy stuff, you might not even know, like, how some interaction would have resulted in the vanilla one,
Right.
if it's complicated. And then you're going to be uncertain and unclear, and then especially if it's a puzzle game, which I was pretty sure it was going to be.
Okay.
If it's unclear what is the local reality weirdness effect and what is the base rule set, that's a level of uncertainty that you don't want on the ground level when like trying to solve puzzles, right? That's going to
Right.
mess up the puzzle solving. And so
Right.
I knew all this without having designed the game at all, which just I think tells you that I've been thinking about this kind of thing for years in the EGW and elsewhere, right?
Right. Okay.
So, what are the simple kinds of games? I just thought through them, and Mario game came to mind very quickly, right? Whereas some games in that genre have like a lot of creatures and a lot of characters with different abilities and all this stuff.
Right.
Very clearly, the prototypical Mario game is there's one monster that just goes in a straight line and you can jump on his head.
Right.
Like that's the minimum for
Right.
that genre.
Right.
And then you could dial that up. Like you could add more monsters if you want them, if you need more
Right.
complexity. And so I could figure out later what is the weird stuff, and then gauge based on that how much more can the game sustain. And
Right.
I knew all this before literally typing any code.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, the selection of Mario was largely driven by wanting the simplest possible, visually understandable mechanic that people would just go, okay, the baseline one is obvious to me, so that when it starts getting modified, they're not like, what the heck happened? They could clearly see like, oh, right, it's this.
Yeah. And
Okay.
now you can think about some other games that are simple, like Asteroids is simple.
Right.
Robotron is simple, and
Yeah.
it just thinking through those, it's like, well, so the Mario game has this element of like it's a guy, right?
Yeah.
And that brings it to a human scale. Like the Mario games, Mario's a character, and
Right.
that's a little bit like the humanity in the stories that I wanted to like. I wanted to
Yeah.
bridge that. If you have like a little arrow-sized spaceship, you're not getting that, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
Was that a
Good
concept that you
Asteroids
had when
reference.
evaluating these?
yeah, I mean, I'm sure I thought through
Okay.
a bunch of them, and in fact, this was probably the genesis of the idea that there were going to be a bunch of retro games in Braid as well. Of
Right,
other
which we'll have to
genres.
talk about since that did not actually
Which
happen.
did not actually happen.
We should talk about this.
Yeah.
Cool. I should go forward. Let's take a look. We've done that one. Right. Let's go back around in order. Back onto design. We might as well try and finish off much of design. I think we're on Cassie. It's good to grey out the books, the ones we've done, so I kind of know where we're going. So what's beyond here? What's beyond here? I've done those three. What's beyond here? Man, there's a fuck ton of stuff. How much did he record? It's like more than the game itself. Anyway, let's go in order. Rewinding and implementing as initial basic gameplay feature.
Rewind was the way that I mapped bi-directional arrow of time into a concrete feature that I could type, right? So let's type the feature in, let's make it work. And it wasn't that hard, you know,
Right.
given what I had, right? I don't remember exactly how long it took, but way less than the week,
Right, right.
right? So then I had that, and I was playing around with it, and there like isn't that much you can do with that. aside from, isn't it cool?
That's
right?
why I was interested in how you get over this initial hump, right? Like,
Well, there's a simple answer to that. But before that, right away I was thinking about this problem of like, okay, it's interesting in the way that had been discussed on the mailing list. But you could, you know, the initial implementation of just rewind, like you can imagine what that would be if I said Mario with rewind. It's
right.
like, all right,
Yep.
cool. Now, there's a fundamental shift though that already was in place before I even decided the rewind, which is that it's not that it's a game with technical features.
Right.
It's that it's a game about how those features change the gameplay. Like that was part of the Calvino-Lightman ethic
Right.
that I had going in. And so the initial problem is like, okay, I have this technical feature. I have implemented it. It is rewind.
Yes.
How can the game be about rewind?
Right.
And right away I start asking questions, and you can come up with some stuff like, well, it could be a lot harder than it could be without rewind. And
Right.
You know.
You could just make it so that you're basically doing a tool-assisted speed run, as we would call it
yes,
today.
that might not be very fun,
Right.
but it is evident that things that are unfair without rewind become more fair with rewind. Right?
Yes.
What else can you do? You could go forward into somewhere very dangerous that you would regret going and get information that
Right.
you wouldn't have earlier in the game,
Right.
right? And then I was like, oh yeah, well there is this game design wisdom that people have about how to design games, especially around platformers. And there's this term called leap of faith, which is taught to game designers, at least around the GDC when I was hanging out. I don't know what kids learn in school these days. But like it was a known, I didn't even ever make a platformer, but I knew leap of faith is bad because you're expecting the character to jump into somewhere that they don't
Do
know,
we hear this one
and
already?
Right.
if they die, if there's somewhere that they die down there and somewhere that they don't, you can't expect them to know in advance. It's completely unfair.
Right.
So don't make your level that way. And
Right.
well, there are extremes of that. It's like maybe you die at 100% of the places, and it's like, well, how would they know that either?
Right.
Maybe it's safe at 100% of the places. It's like, well, that's probably better, but like it's still not good because you're forcing them to do something that they don't know is a good move. And if there's any other pits that go off screen anywhere else in the game, you're now still again creating an unfair and uncertain situation. And
Right.
so, well, that's not true. Joe.
Right.
Like free rewind, and that was one of the theses in the beginning. Like I said in the Moriarty talk, he was like, it should be totally free, and you were like, it should just be a feature of the system.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay,
I don't think we heard that one. I think you just covered the same material again. Let's do a level name is.
if you were hanging around in the early 2000s at conferences with game designers,
Yeah.
you'd hear that it's well understood. All good designers know that you just shouldn't have a leap of faith in your platformer game. That is, suppose there's a pit that extends off the bottom of the screen, and you're expected to jump down into that pit. If there's a hazard you might land on, you should be able to see the danger in advance so you have a fair chance to avoid it. A leap of faith is when you can't see what you're jumping into. Forcing the player to jump blindly, where some choices have already jumped.
We heard that one already.
So on 2-3, after you go down the pit, you go straight back up to the other side,
Yes.
and there's like guys falling down, and there's compartments on the side.
Mhm.
And I remember there being a level in like Yoshi's Island or something like that that was exactly that.
Okay.
And this one's more unfair. It's like the guy comes down way faster,
Right.
and you don't get as good of an audio cue and stuff. And so it's actually, it's a little bit like frustrating, right? But it's designed to illustrate this idea. Although the illustration may be very subtle and not gotten by a lot of people who don't think about game design, right? And so you can attempt it again and attempt it again, which you would do in a normal video game, but with a much longer sort of
Right.
experiment loop, because you probably respawn somewhere earlier in the level and at cost to you,
Right.
which is why it's unfair, right?
Right.
Because you lose lives or whatever.
Right.
And here it's like that doesn't happen, right? That was one of the theses in the beginning, like I said in the Moriarty talk, or about the Moriarty talk. He was like, it should be totally free, and you were like, it should just be a feature of the system.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. So I had the high level mission statement. I am not going to cop out by making sand a resource or whatever.
Right.
I absolutely will not do that.
Right.
What I am rather instead going to do is implement the thing and then change the game however is necessary. Okay, so
Right.
a Mario
Yes.
game by itself is proven to be, it can be a good fun game if you do the right things.
Right.
Okay? So you can picture it as I start with a good fun game that's just got lives and whatever.
Right.
Okay? We know what that is. Now I mess it up by putting rewind in.
Right.
It's maybe not fun. It's maybe tedious. It's maybe too easy.
Right.
The knee-jerk reaction that a designer would have is like, okay, limit rewind, or you
Right.
only get it during
Right.
special times.
Right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm instead, the only way out is through. I'm going to see rewind stays constant, and then what else about the game needs to change to make it something different. And I had to just have the faith that I would be able to find that, right? And that was again a very experimental gameplay mindset.
So it's sort of like flipping the like arrow of action. It's like saying, look, normally what you would do in game design is you would say, we have to modify the feature to fit the existing game design, and you're doing the opposite. You're saying, let's modify the existing game design to fit the feature.
Yes, and if you think about this in terms of exploring the space of game design, then obviously you don't want to retreat back into what is known, but that's
Right.
what almost everybody does all the time.
And if you're modifying the feature, you're sort of by definition saying that's what you're going to do because you're keeping the other side, which is the
Yes.
gameplay, constant.
And I believe, I don't remember a lot of what that conversation on the mailing list was, but I bet some of it was like that. Like, well, you know, you ruin consequence and you make the game too easy and all that stuff.
Yes.
But you could mitigate that in the following ways.
Right,
And
right.
absolutely nobody said, design a whole new game around rewind.
Right, just like make consequence not the important part or whatever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Can't jump ahead. Cool, we'll go into the next one. The idea to make some objects unrewindable came from the programming.
On this same initial 1 week thing,
Yeah.
I have plenty of free headspace because I'm chilling, I'm on vacation, everything's good. And I'm excited about this idea. And I've typed in the rewind code, and it works by telling you what fields of entities have changed.
Right.
And so there's an outer loop that's for all entities in the world.
Right.
And there's an inner loop that's for all fields in this entity.
Right.
And transmit that information to the rewind buffer or
Right.
whatever. You don't exactly know where this idea comes from, but it's a very simple idea that I just have. Maybe I woke up with it, or
Mhm.
maybe I was just chilling, but I was like, you know, like if there was a bug or something, or maybe I could just do it intentionally, just some of those objects are not visited by that loop,
Right.
right? And then that gives me two classes of things. It gives me things that always go forward in time and things that
Right.
rewind in time. And right away, like, even as soon as I have that idea, like I don't know what to do with it yet,
Yeah.
but it's like, oh, that is the kind of cool and weird and expanding the rewind idea that I'm looking for. Right?
It feels, just as you say it, to be very in line with like the Calvino Invisible Cities kind of thing, where it's like, oh, there's these kind of like different permutations of things happening as I go through.
Yes.
And I don't know the Einstein Dream one, but I assume that was kind of similar. Like there would be, it's the kind of thing you would see in that kind of work, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird reality, basically.
Yeah.
But it still has all the character or all the, like it's still a system with well-defined rules, in fact.
Right.
Right? So as soon as I had that idea, that was pretty easy to put in. And then as soon as I had that idea, I was like, what else can I do with the rewind? And I know that I did 3 worlds in that initial beta, and I think it was literally what's now World 2, 3, 4, right?
Okay.
So World 2 is rewind, World 3 is rewind with objects that are exempt to rewind,
Right.
and World 4 is time is tied to space. And I think there was just like 1 level of that or 2 at the end.
Right.
In fact, I think it was t equals x and then t equals y, which there's no t equals y in the final game.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Story screens. I wonder what this one's about. Do a metaphor in a game rather than a book. Initial discussions about Rewind. The original story screens work differently. Okay, interesting.
So it wasn't like the first time you read Calvino, you were just thinking it would be cool to make a game like this sometime.
No, not
It
at
was
all.
it was actually much closer to the actual time of making Braid that you first started thinking like, hey,
Yeah.
it would be neat to do something like that. Those books that I read.
Yeah, and specifically what I was thinking was, well, in a story, you can just sort of postulate whatever the laws of physics are. Like, okay, the moon comes really close and it pulls the ground up and stuff, right? Doesn't exactly work that way in a game. Especially, like, the more systemic the game is, the more you kind of can't just cheat that sort of thing. You have to more make a system that exhibits those properties. And that to me is more magical. Right? I was like, there's something cool, and if it's hard, it seems very hard, but if you can do it, it's a little bit more groundbreaking than just doing a story about the thing, right?
Yeah.
In the field of games, it's a thing that very few people have done. Now, there were other games that did analogies of this sort, right? So one of the earliest ones was Rod Humble's game, The Marriage, which I had shown to EGW.
Right.
Like, there's two people in this relationship, and they're just colored squares on the screen.
Right,
And
right.
you move them around, and some stuff happens. And,
Right.
And then Jason Rohrer actually had done these two games, Passage and Gravitation. I think they also engage in this kind of analogy where there's a system of rules, and those rules are expressive about the situation that the game's about, right? It's not just the plot and the fiction that the game is about, but the rules of the universe that are being set up are expressive of what the game is about. And so I wanted to do something like that. And I wanted to do it about physics because, quantum mechanics, for example, is pretty weird, as is relativity, right? And I thought it would be fun to take that weirdness and instead of, conflating it with human scale things in a fiction kind of way, like those stories do, let's conflate it with human level things by just making the phenomena happen on a human scale.
Right.
And then just like seeing what happens and seeing how to make a game out of that. And that'll be fun and interesting. Like, if there's quantum superposition or something and something's at multiple places until the waveform gets localized, that's one idea, right? Or one thing that comes up in physics a lot is time being bidirectional, right? So, which is even true back in Newtonian physics, but also in relativity and stuff. And so, what does that mean? How do you make a game where time is bidirectional? It's challenging because it seems like almost you can't make anything happen,
Right.
right?
Right.
Because it would have to be a completely pre-recorded sequence for you to go forward and backward. And so, what does that mean? And so, those questions were just in the air.
I see.
And
They're kicking around in your head, growing over time, somewhere in the 2003, 2004 kind of.
Yeah, it may not have even been that. It may have been just a few months
So
before.
like
I don't know.
2004-ish.
Yeah. But you can see like how these are they're both difficult questions to answer,
Yeah.
and also not very actionable until you have a good answer.
Right. Yeah. You're not really going to be able to do much until you get something to hold on to.
Yeah.
Cool. I think I'm going to do these two and then basically call it a night. So, yeah, let's continue.
But then, so there's this mailing list conversation that happens. There was some discussion that probably started with Prince of Persia: Sands of Time had come out or something.
Yes.
And so you guys were talking about rewinding games. And to my recollection, maybe I contributed to this conversation a little bit, but I was not really one of the people with the strongest opinions in it. But there was a lot of conversation about, like, did this game do a good job? And then what does rewind ability mean for games going forward, right? And what I remember you saying was, this is obviously a technological feature like rewind was for VCRs.
Yeah.
So it should just be in most or all games
Yeah.
as something that you can just do,
Right.
right? But it's like other people were like, well, you can't do that because you're removing consequence from games, right?
Yes.
And consequence is important. And like the conversation kind of went back and forth on that for a bit, but I was like, nobody really
Yeah,
implemented
Prince of
it,
Persia.
right?
Right.
And so
Yeah, Prince of Persia. I remember playing the original bit somewhere. I think I did one or two screens, and I really fucking loved it. I actually really still want to play it, the original Prince of Persia. If there's a way of accessing it on Steam, actually, I wonder if they have it. I'll so play that. But yeah, anyway, going back to it.
then I was
I'm
on
gonna
vacation,
rewind.
and the conversation kind of went back and forth on that for a bit, but I was like, nobody really implemented anything, right?
Right.
And so then I was on vacation and I was thinking about this physics thing, being able to rewind maps onto this bi-directional time thing that I was thinking about. It's sort of the same idea from a different perspective.
Right.
And so I kind of been wanting to make this Calvino Lightman inspired game. So I started to have an idea like, okay, this is actionable. If I actually program rewind,
Right.
then it's both contributing to that discussion
Right.
because with an implementation, but also answering this question of like, what can I do about this physics game that's actionable? Now, even at that time, I didn't think the whole game would be rewind. It was just like,
Right.
here's some manifestation of one of the lines of the game. And I did, because Invisible Cities is many different cities and whatnot,
Right,
I was thinking it would be a lot of different worlds.
Right.
And one of them would be the rewind world, but
Right.
like another one was like the quantum superposition world or something, right?
Yes.
Another way to phrase the thing that you were saying is like, look, this is really fundamental. It should just be there. It shouldn't be like a weird game design gimmick. Like, for people who don't know Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, which I'm sure most people these days don't, it had sand that you would use to rewind
Yes.
time, and you had a certain number of charges. And when you ran out of rewind charges, which you could pick up on the map, then you start losing lives when you die, right?
And also, for people whose main touch point for this is playing Braid, when we say rewind, we don't really mean Braid rewind. It was like a really crappy 10 seconds of rewind tops or something.
And it was not a technically good, like the sound didn't go backwards.
And the animations were all screwed up,
Yeah.
and it was very limited, so you could not rewind all the way back to the beginning of a long level or anything like that.
No. It was like they had some ring buffer with character
Yeah.
positions in it,
Yeah.
and then they made the rest up. Or something.
Yeah, it was not really the kind of gameplay thing that it is in Braid, where it's expected to always work and always go all the way back and all that stuff.
Cool. On to the last one for today.
But so, also with the story stuff, it's like you read some words about time or something, what's going on with this character or that character, before you experience the gameplay, right? And so you don't really even know what to connect to. But after you finish the world, if you were interested enough to go back and read it some more, you then have both halves of the thing and you can maybe see correspondences, right?
Right.
And then similarly, there's structural parallelism between the worlds and stuff, and just things about them that you could notice. Like, on the one hand, I expect a great many people would just walk past the story things and not care about them very
Not
much.
even read them potentially.
And that's why it's designed the way it is, as opposed to the original thing. Because in the original thing, where it puts it on the screen, and it's like, the point of this screen is only for you to read this text and then press spacebar to continue. You almost have to disrespect the game a little bit to not read the text. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm playing a modern game, and I'm mashing the button through all the dialogue scenes that I
Yes.
don't care about, I'm kind of disrespecting the game.
Yes.
But I have to in order to get to the part that I want to play, right?
Yes.
So here, it's a little bit of a middle ground there where, you do have to walk across the room, and you incidentally walk past these pages, but the function of the room is also just to be the playable menu that
Right.
contains
The
the
linking
doors.
room. Yeah.
And so it's not only the text, and so you kind of don't have to totally disrespect the game. If I were to redesign Braid now, which I'm not going to do for this anniversary edition, but I might even make it, right now it's still a little bit passive aggressive, or that's not the right word. It's a little bit closer to the original thing in that the story text is always between you and the doors. And I might mix that up a little bit.
Right.
There's an analog dial of how strongly am I suggesting that maybe you want to read the text, right? And it's in the middle somewhere.
I mean, there's you could imagine a design that went very far in that direction, where it's like the house itself contains all of the linking and the text somehow, so that you literally never go to a screen that is just about having text there as the main thing that's in it, right?
There's just some other things too, like the ratio of, okay, so you go onto the cloud screen, right, and the title of that world is big letters at the top and always visible. Like, you don't have to even go to a podium. So aside from the doors, the function of the cloud screen, just the fact that it's the cloud screen again, the first time, of course, you don't know what it is, but the second time and thereafter, it established a pattern.
Yeah.
So you get that. You get the title, which is a hint about what's coming, and sort of tells you what this world is called, and that's there before you even go to a podium, right? And so when you go to the podium and the story text comes up, it's like, okay, maybe you're interested and maybe you're not, but those other things already provided some value or interest as well, right? And so it's just this balancing act. I might make it a little bit differently today even, but it's okay. I feel good about that. It's the first puzzle game that I ever designed.
Yeah.
A single player game I ever designed. So,
Alright, cool. That's quite a lot of insight. There's an amazing amount of content here. Yeah, I'm very much interested to check them all out. Right, I'm going to have to leave it here. Yeah, let's end the game. Actually, let's just go here so I know we've just done that one. So I won't forget next time. Cool. Let's big screen it. Cool. Yeah, so thank you for joining me. It's a bit unorthodox gaming session today, where it's just more of an education more than anything. Yeah, just going around and seeing how the game is built. No worries for being late. This is cool. Yeah, there's like 5 chapters in this commentary, and we just done game design. Oh well, we're still doing game design. I imagine there'll be quite a lot of it actually. I'll probably be on this for a while, but yeah, I mostly enjoy that. Some of the conversations is like, oh, I'm not interested. Like, it's a bit repetitive or like not very interesting. But the majority of it is like quite engaging. So next up I'm going to be streaming again on Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. and I'll be continuing watching more of the commentary. So yeah, thank you for watching me, and I'm going to see if I'm going to raid someone and watch their game for a bit. I think there's one. I heard one of my friends that I know from the anime circles is streaming tonight, so I'm going to see if she's around and basically raid her. Just need to find out how to do that. Alright, just bear with me one sec. I'm just going to check my phone quickly. Yeah, alright, cool, give me a sec, I think I found it. Alright. Yeah, so I don't think she's started yet. I think she's going to be streaming in February. So yeah, can't do it now. Yeah, I think I'll just end it for tonight. So yeah, thank you all for joining me, and see you guys on Thursday. Alright, thank you, and